point. It's horizontal, being the gyroscope orientation at a point. Then you should see, just like these reciprocal zenith angles that they claim, you should see divergence, but you don't. So what? So what's going on? Yeah,
See
it
this,
doesn't
yeah,
flip. It does not diverge. It does not flip over, but it should under those diverging. Uh, Go ahead. Sorry.
no. I've noticed this kind of inconsistency with this gyro argument for years. It'll work to their advantage when they want it to, but when you point out some things, then it doesn't in this scenario. Well, then all you had to do is to prove the point is remove the pendulous vanes from the gyro, spin it up, move it, and see what happens. It'd be very easily. But even high precision gyros, like the guy, I forget who it did that. This is years ago. That's a very high precision gyro. I think that gyro was like $200 he spent for it, made out of brass, and it's not like a cheap toy one. It's a very high precision one, and I don't know.
Probably
They have
more
to
than
say
200. It's only
that
200
they
on
would
my
have to,
one.
yeah, I think he paid a couple $100 for it. I think on there. That was a few years ago, so I don't know what it is now.
Yeah, and then there's like I mean, this object slowing down and having to be sped back up and slow down and sped back up to it deteriorates. How is that taken into account? I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess it's not. I think that's the noise that he was referencing.
Well, then what he would then think about that argument though. Then that means it would get worse over time. But initially, if you got a brand new one, you shouldn't have that. That should that should be when you first buy it. That should be the time of the less noise is in that time frame when you first buy it.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that like a mechanical gyro that's in an artificial horizon in a plane utilizing pendulous vanes, like the pendulous vanes are there to ensure that you keep the like the gyroscope at its correct vertical position. So if it does start to walk in any way, like you've got these vanes that will open or close to counteract that force to ensure that it goes back to its original like true vertical position. So that's all that those are doing, right? But if you were
100% correct.
what's right, so if you were traversing, so if you spin this thing up on the runway prior to takeoff, any movement after that thing has been set in that orientation is going to be detected. So if you travel straight, level flight, 5,000 feet for 2,000 miles, you would be technically, if you were on a ball, you would be deviating from your original true vertical position as you're traversing that distance, and that would be detected by your gyro because the pendulous vanes are only dealing with correcting any movement when it starts to deviate from that true vertical based on when it was established.
That makes sense in a practical manner, like why you would want to use
gyros. That what he just explained would be in both gyros, mechanical and anything, any way you spin something up when you're on the runway, and then you go for however long, no matter how long, over how much distance you turn around and come back. As soon as you deviate, is what it picks up.
Well, then that actually you make a good point, right here. Then you should be able to pick up Earth's curvature with it. You technically should be able to.
100%. There would have to be an adjustment for Earth curve in gyros. You would have to reset them, right? If you were on flying over a sphere.
Yeah,
just like the altimeter, when the airports give you the altimeter reading and you have to adjust your altimeter due to pressure, barometric pressure. You would have to do the same thing with these gyros. You would have to reset them. You've gone this far, so this angle has changed. You have to reset it, recalculate it to be correct.
And how does the Ling-Razor gyro? How does it have a pendulous vanes to keep its orientation? It doesn't.
No, it uses light instead of liquid. So you know, but yeah.
So yeah,
yeah,
so if you're traveling over a curve, then you should see a Earth curvature in the ring-laser gyro.
unless
You
light
should see
curves.
it.
Yeah, but
Well, no, because if because you're changing your orientation. So remember, it keeps its rigidity in space according to them. Even the ring laser gyro does, or whatever. And you should be able to see Earth curvature as you fly across. That's the first time I thought about that. 17
Just for
years.
the record, I had a pilot tell me that I need an outer space gyroscope to detect curvature, because that was the very, very same argument that I addressed to him, that while we're traversing over a 700-mile distance, there's no way to measure it. And he goes, "You're right. You need a special gyro for it." If anybody lets me know what that special gyro is.
yeah. So I mean, is Kosho at some point going to call the military and tell them they got it all wrong, or?
I mean, they had it. According to them, they had it wrong back in the 1940s, 50s. So that video was wrong.
Okay, they may so the U.S. military may have corrected themselves since then.
Probably, I think that's what they're arguing. Oh, they
Okay.
put the pendulous vanes on there, so it never does rotate anymore. The pendulous thing.
And so that would be their reasoning for why it would be the addition of liquid.
Now, I don't know if it's a liquid or not. I think there's some kind of fan, like what is it, or like Coach. I think I understand what Coach is saying. I think I've seen it before. It is some kind of air blown through. That's why they call it vanes. And then there is a plumb bob that's kind of in there somehow that keeps its orientation down, helps it determine what down is. And the vanes kind of help the air, because the air, when it moves, the pendulum moves, it closes the different air valves to determine which way down is. So the plane can orient basically where the ground is, to tell it where the ground is.
Yeah, and I mean, and it does align a little bit with his argument of saying that the spin up is not perfect, so you need this other tool to then help recorrect the initial spin up or the repeated spin up of a mechanism that may not be planed or machined perfectly.
Well, here's the thing, though. If that's correct, there's another aspect of that. If it's not machined perfectly, then you would start seeing a drift just sitting there, even not moving. You should start seeing a drift if it's not perfect.
Right.
Right.
So I mean, yeah, right. So then, if you add these pendulous vanes to tell you when that starts to take effect, that would be helpful. I'm just talking about not proving a point, just as a practical tool.
Well, here's the thing about the pendulous vanes, and this is also a factor in this too, that only orients it down. But the gyro also picks up left to right motion as well. So if the Earth is rotating, there should be even a drift there. Because if you just set it down because the Earth is rotating, so you should still see a drift, no matter what, because it's a circle. So it's gonna adjust left or right, or clockwise or counterclockwise.
You saying Coriolis should be found in the gyroscope as well as curvature?
Yep.
Yeah, don't see why not.
That was a question I asked a commercial pilot. If by circumstances electronics went down and for some reason he had some mechanical issue with the gyro, could he still level out his plane? He said yes, he could, by making sure the tips of the wings were trimmed to the horizon.
Well, yes, I think somebody would had said before. You know why they call it a plane is because of the wings form a plane.
It's only flying VFR though. If you have no visual aspect, and you lose your mechanical devices, good luck to you and all aboard, because you will
Yeah,
not know which way is up,
you're
down,
screwed at that
sideways.
point.
You are screwed. I'm talking about we do this. We close curtains, right, just for fun, and it's for training too. I haven't got to that point though, but I've closed curtains before, and put close your eyes or whatever, make turns and whatever. You have no clue. Matter of fact, your brain usually interprets it the opposite of what it's actually doing. If you think you're going up, you're actually going down because you get disoriented.
Maybe it's a wise decision to bring a cup of water in the cockpit with you.
You would think you would have an option to keep a mechanical gyro on the aircraft just in case, not just because if the electronics go down, you can still use the airflow
Well,
of the. Go ahead.
well, you have pressure gauges that can give you attitude, right? And then now we're required to have a separate device that's separated from all your battery and hydraulic areas and whatever that we wear on our leg, right? We attach it either to a suction cup to the window or whatever. It's got a separate power source, and it's a separate system that hooks to ground towers that gives you I call it AIS because I forget the name of it. It's just like on my boat. So to give you speed, direction, altitude, blah, 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 to run all your stuff. And it'll also give you incoming and outgoing aircraft around you. It's totally separate, and it's required now.
There's emergency landing done with a cup of water in this particular case where the instruments went down and the mechanical gyro went down. He apparently saved 72 passengers by using a cup of water. This doesn't adjust to Earth curve, does it?
Well, I guess their claim there would be yes due to gravitational vector. So who knows?
Yeah, but I mean, just in the practical sense of what would a gyro, what use would it be if it was drifting and curving? It wouldn't be a useful tool. Just like the cup of water wouldn't be useful if it constantly changed its orientation, and up was down and down was up, or left was not what it is.
A gyro,
Right.
a gyro
That's the thing.
is a cup of water. That is a gyro is just a cup of water that, because you spin it at a high rate of speed and it's engineered such, it's just more accurate than a cup of water. That's all it is.
Yeah. The good thing about a gyro is you can spin it up, in orientations that are not relevant to a vector of gravity, right? So you can hold that rigidity outside of any gravitational forces. But that's the claim. They want to say that anything that invokes gravity therefore proves their ball, right? So if they want to say, well,
Yeah.
the water is utilizing the vector of gravity, therefore it proves that the Earth is a ball because it follows perfectly with the curvature of the Earth. But
yeah, that perfectly is a hard stance, right? That they have to go with, and it doesn't work at all, even on their model. But think about the people that you see spin these weights up, and they're able to lift them because it's anti-gravity, so to speak, right? Once you spin it, it overcomes everything around it. I think it just gets into its own space, right? Its own whatever. Like it creates its own space around it. So it doesn't weigh as much.
I feel like we should have gyroscopes that would be able to maintain a speed without drift for 2 hours. I would hope that we would have that, and we should be able to, at some point, be able to utilize these gyroscopes that could give zero fucks about pendulous vanes or anything like that, and take it on a plane as a passenger and see if we get a precession, which should be indicated by a spun up gyro, even if you're doing like a 2-hour flight. You're talking
See, the thing
traveling
with the gyros itself, though, you can create a curved path and a straight path with it. In other words, if I had a drone and I wanted to make a curved path with my drone, I could program it to fly in a curved path.
Right. Well, I'm not talking about programming a gyro. I'm talking about just a straight up mechanical gyro that we should be able to have it hold a specific plane right? Like spin it up on the runway in the plane, and it should be able to spin for 2 hours for a 2-hour plane flight to see what deviations we have as we're traversing, at 10,000 feet or whatever. Because it should be pretty significant. 500 miles per hour. I mean, what degree would we expect to see there? I don't know the exact math, but if we're going like ground speed 500 miles per hour and we go 1,000 miles, at 10,000 feet, which should be, in theory, on a flat plane, that should be the same horizontal plane as the runway is. So we should see a
the radar
deviation.
towers show the radar towers all show the same horizontal point of position from plane to plane.
Yeah.
There's no 100 mile away from the tower showing any deviation due to pitch of Earth
Right.
curve. They're all in the same plane, so the ratios are all the same. So when does the ratios change due to Earth?
This reminds me of Jeremy's test. I mean, where you take the 20-foot pole and you drive it in a circle for 100 miles. And you have a LiDAR scanner at the top and the bottom. And after driving it in a circle on a basketball court in a warehouse for 100 miles at 15 or 100 hours at 15 miles an hour, you should have a significant reading. The top being a much longer arc segment than the bottom. Reminds me of his little test. Demonstration, maybe. Not sure what to call it.
I mean, I might have missed it. Are they saying that they got real quiet? I was kind of working on something and jumped in late, but like, are they denying that the mechanical gyro doesn't detect rotation, or are they making excuses for why it doesn't?
So I asked them
I
asked them a very specific question. I asked J-Ace, and Kosho eventually came into the conversation. I asked if a mechanical gyro holds rigidity in space, and they wouldn't give a direct answer to that.
Because there's so many flaws in the machining of it that they couldn't give an answer, I guess. I don't know. But they gave the excuses.
Sometimes they claim that the mechanical gyro does detect Earth's rotation. Like some globers do that. So,
Well, yeah.
refer to the manuals. Yep.
If they run an experiment and let's say the gyro does start to walk a little bit, and that walking starts to match their prediction of a globe, then they'll say, boom, it's a prediction for the globe, worked out perfectly. Or if that doesn't take place and there is no walking of it and there is no detection, then they'd be like, this thing's not accurate enough.
yeah.
So it all depends, kind of like the Foucault's pendulum. There was an example given about a week ago or something where these people are writing a blog where they're doing a pendulum down in Antarctica, I think it was, and they didn't realize that it was going in the incorrect direction for the southern hemisphere because they're used to doing it in the northern hemisphere. So they had to readjust and redo the experiment to get it to fit, to comport to what they wanted. Otherwise,
it worked the first time.
Right. Otherwise, they would have used the first time, and had they not realized that it was going in the wrong direction, they could have been like dusted their hands off and been like, "Yep, that's our precession. It worked perfectly." Until they realized, oh shit, it was going the wrong way. Now we need to redo the experiment, right? So I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, that's a funny one. Yeah, they showed that it worked perfectly, and look, it all matches up. And somebody must have been like, "Yo, dude, you got it on the wrong way. This is physically impossible in a globe. Take it down." And then they redid it.
What experiment was that? What?
The South Pole, and they did a pendulum.
How did they adjust it to make it go the opposite direction?
Well, what's funny is the Globers were in here denying that's what it said for about 20 minutes. Remember that? So,
it was more like 45 minutes that they were denying.
Blatantly denying it. We were reading it over and over and over. Many ballers were jumping in, saying that I was misinterpreting it, and we were just reading it point blank. Say we didn't even realize it was going the wrong way.
Zanuck called you a liar over it.
Yep, and we're like, we don't realize. They were like, we don't realize that it was going the wrong way at first because we're used to it doing a certain thing in the north. Once we realized that, we had to change some stuff. And the second time we got it to go in the right direction, but it was going twice as fast as it should have. So,
Yeah, I mean, that day showed just how disingenuous these people can be and then never back down, even when you know that they're incorrect. They'll still stick to it.
Yeah, they had an out. They could have just been like, those guys are fucking idiots.
What was this? What was this so-called experiment? What was it?
I'm not sure. I don't have the video.
It was somebody was doing a focus pendulum, I think, down in Antarctica, and they were basically writing about what they were doing, and they had done this a lot, the Foucault's pendulum in the northern hemisphere. So when they went down to Antarctica and they were doing this, they started getting their readings and they thought everything was great. And then they realized that it was actually going in the incorrect direction for the hemisphere that they were in. So then they had to go back and adjust it and get it to go in the right direction to then get their results, right?
Yeah. I'm not even going to ask how they went to Antarctica and all that jazz.
I don't know. I mean, that's neither here nor there. But the point being is the way that the article was stated, they literally said we didn't realize that there was an error because we're used to doing this in the northern hemisphere. Therefore, we had to adjust. And the Glober stuck with this idea that we were like, that Whitsitt was somehow like reading it incorrectly when it's very clear and obvious the way that it was stated, just so that they didn't have to address the actual argument that is the Foucault's pendulum is very inaccurate and it can go in both directions. It's not as easy as, oh, yep, you just hang a pendulum, swing that thing, and sure as shit, that thing right as rain is going to show you that what your latitude is every day.
Should-
how they say it.
Shouldn't it
It's
be
just-
though? Sorry, but shouldn't it be that easy? Like if
should.
it's just due to Earth curve turning, you should be able to just put a pendulum up, have it straight, parallel, however you want to do your string, have the weight right, and once you process it, it should go.
Right. Or if it starts in the wrong direction, it should be working with that force to correct it over time. But
It should
that
move
doesn't seem to be the
slower and
case.
then all of
Yep.
a sudden go in the right direction.
Yeah, but I think a better point is that it still doesn't prove anything. I mean, it operates on a premise. I mean, it assumes that the Earth is rotating. So it's a typical textbook example of affirming the consequent.
I think what it
That's
shows
true.
is that
That's true, but it like they still though they try to present it like it just works all over the place exactly based on the latitude, and that's blatantly a lie. And a lot of people hear that and they're like, "Wow, that's crazy! You can use a pendulum and it works through exactly like the globe predicts everywhere, no matter where you go on the Earth. Why would it process different rates based on where you are?" And that is like,
Sure.
if you just handily dismiss it, some people are like, you're just ignoring what's going on. But in reality, that's a lie. It doesn't always do what's right. No one in here will ever show you as a baller, show you it not processing at all at the equator, ever, never once.
Yeah,
And
but the awareness that it doesn't prove anything either way is far more a sharper tool for someone to have. So
Sure.
if you are more concerned about what people in mass may think or whatever, or what they may believe, in my opinion, you will be way more efficient if you point out to those people or to whomever, to whom it may concern, that this is not a way to prove it anyway. You cannot prove that the Earth rotates by means of hanging a rock from a string or a pendulum or whatever.
it very
Because
well
it's
may show something. I don't know what it shows, but it may show something. I'm not
if it
writing it
worked
off
perfectly
entirely.
everywhere you went, and it matched the same thing that a gyro does, and it matched the same thing that weight does, there would be a real phenomena to address. You might not know exactly what it is, nor can you use those things to prove exactly what it is, but that would show there is something. Just saying like it doesn't prove it, someone's going to be like, okay, but there's still something there. Like why? Like So what's
That's
going
what
on? Why is it?
that's what I literally just did. Yeah, I literally just did that. Yeah, you predicted the future. It
Yeah,
does
I mean,
there's
others
something
say
to
that,
it.
that when you swing a pendulum, you can get a you can get a yes or no answer to one of your questions, right? I
Absolutely.
mean, it's the same
That's
stuff.
why we have to expose that part of it. Not just actually, you're giving them an advantage if you say, "Oh, it's just correlation doesn't equal causation." You're assuming it because you need to expose that it doesn't work like they say it does. They're lying.
Yeah, but I still believe. I mean, I see your point, but I still believe it's secondary because
Sure.
I just think that the individual is better equipped when they know why this doesn't prove shit anyway, you know. And then I mean, after that, they can also see that someone is lying to them. Okay, that's good. That's always good to
But
know.
if it was real, it does prove something. It proves that based on where you are on the Earth, there's a like a some type of force or something that's moving things relative to where you are on the Earth. Like if you combined all that and that was real, it would prove that something is happening that's causing everything to
Well,
move
here's the thing
relative to
with
where
it.
you are on here.
Here's the thing with it. When you're given a 2 pi time over g, you're going to have a cycle or a period, right? Well, if you're equating that little g is the same everywhere, but you're not actually accounting for the change in little g depending where you are, then how are you accurately determining what you're doing? For instance, if I have different weights and they give different answers of, let's say, little g, they're going to swing. They're going to have different oscillation rates, right? So they're not taking that into effect that if you change the weight as well, that you'll also have a different rate of oscillation. So how to equate it to one effect when you change the length or you change the weight and it has a different result, different swing. They seem to be overlooking those variables.
Yeah, you'd have to do the exact same thing everywhere. But the point is, like hypothetically, if you did the exact same thing on every latitude, quote unquote, and you got a consistent result, doing it hundreds of times, it always shows you it moves this much at this latitude with the same exact weight, the same exact length, the same exact conditions. You control all the other variables that you can. Then that would show you that there's something going on. It's like,
Does it though? I mean,
yeah,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I can change the weight on two different objects. To take two different objects, use a little g formula, and I can have a
cut out.
I keep getting kicked off. I don't know why.
Can you hear me?
I just keep getting kicked off. I don't know why.
You're good. You were in the middle. You were saying, if you change, you started just literally right when you started, something about little g.
4 pi squared multiplied by the length of string divided by the time period squared. If I change the weight, I end up with a different rate, different cycles per second. This is something you can demonstrate with a camera. That way you can accurately put a 30-second time limit to count the cycles. Within 30 seconds, you can count 32 cycles, let's say. From that variation, I get a different little g. So if I have a different little g with just basic variances of weight, and if I change latitude and there's a variances of weight, then I will have a different pendulum swing based on the weight of the object and not Earth rotation.
Well, the length of the weight itself would change the precession. The shorter the longer the length, and if you kept the weight the same, but if you change the weight and the length of the precession, it really throws it. You have to have everything perfect.
Yeah, but
you can't.
that's cool. But the point is, like, yeah, they lie about it and they misrepresent it. But hypothetically, if if that actually was happening, where you had the same exact pendulum with the same exact conditions, and you put it all over the Earth at different latitudes, and they precessed directly relative to that latitude, that would show you something's going on. Like
Yeah.
they claim that's what's going on. So to just say it doesn't prove anything isn't the most efficient way to debate it. It's to point out, actually, you're lying. That doesn't even happen. So yeah, like that's what I'm saying.
I
And then
think it's
hypothetically, if it was happening, it wouldn't prove anything anyway. Because first of all, correlation doesn't equal causation. You're begging the question and affirming the consequent, and there could be all kinds of things. There could be centrifugal force translated from the sky. It moves around us relative to where we are on the Earth. That could also cause that. There could be electromagnetic effects. There could be all kinds of things. You're within a certain place within the magnetic field, right? Which translates from whatever it is. Like there's a million things that could explain it. Doesn't in any way mean the Earth is spinning. But the first step would be to verify is that claim actually true, that the pendulum does the same thing relative to latitude everywhere you go every time? And the answer is no, it doesn't do that.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
think it's
Daniel
electrical when you
Sperser
swing
said
it
in
back
the
and forth.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
what he
there's
said.
electrical forces when it's standing still, but not enough to affect it. But when you do swing something back and forth, it creates that field, right? It creates friction with whatever medium it's in. And if is some type of small electrical force or whatever you want to call it, I think it's going to affect it.
Yeah, well, sure. So, my point is like, well, Jaron and I are actually planning on flying to we're talking about like flying to the equator with like a really nice pendulum setup and doing it many times over the course of a couple days to see if it actually processes, because on the globe it's supposed to not process at all. And then once we go one
You-
No, that's
degree
not
of
what it
latitude
says.
beyond that,
It says it goes slower. That's what the claim is. It doesn't process at all. It says it just moves slower in its procession.
no. On the globe, Earth is supposed to possess 0.
No, it says it processes
Guaranteed.
slower. I just no.
No.
They give you 2 pi divided by the
what
the
direction?
cycle divided by little g, and you can get your time period, and this is how you can determine its oscillation.
You might
Right?
want to post that
In what
because
direction?
at least with the people we deal with, they say it won't process.
Well, no, it's basic understanding of what it being on a sphere spinning is.
Yeah. In
No
what
angular
direction
displacement.
is the claim of precession data that you're talking about?
I never looked at what the claim of the direction was. It was just the claim that it would move slower.
No, it
It
doesn't
would have-
process. It's out on a ball. There's no angular displacement.
So okay, can I ask you a bunch of practical questions then? So, how are you going to physically construct and mount the pendulum, and how are you going to start it?
Well, here's going to be the Glober's response, regardless of your results. What's it? Their response is going to be, "You did it wrong."
Look, here's Britannica. At the equator, 0 degrees latitude, a Foucault pendulum does not rotate. There's 0 degrees. So what degree of angular displacement is causing the precession if it's at 0 degrees? On a ball that spins.
So here's
Should it
the double speak. This is what I got here. This is from a physics page. It says here, a pendulum swings slower at the equator because the Earth is rotating. The rotation axis acts to make the pendulum swing slower directly and indirectly. The direct effect is easiest to envision from the perspective of a rotating fixed frame. In this frame, the centrifugal force, Rw squared, arises directly from the Earth rotation. At the equator, this direct effect alone amounts to 0.034 meters per second squared. This, of course, is there is, of course, no centrifugal force at the poles. For those who insist that there is, of course, no such thing as centrifugal force anywhere, you'll be forced to look at things from the perspective of an inertial frame. I leave this as an exercise to you curmudgeons. Keep in mind that the answer you'll get will be the same.
Okay, so because of this, the amount of time that it takes for the pendulum to make one full rotation with respect to its surrounding is equal to 1 sidereal day, 23.93 hours, divided by the sine of the latitude of its location. Since sine 0 equals 0, the plane of a pendulum located at the equator will not appear to move at all.
Isn't what Data saying
I agree, but I'm just saying there's double speak right there. I'm reading from a physics page that says it will move slower. You're reading something that says there'll be nothing.
That's Brown University.
Is it talking about precession where you're reading from Data? Or is it talking about the swing? Because if it's talking about the swing, it would make sense because things are lighter at the equator.
Yeah, so it's just talking about the pendulum swing itself.
Right, so that's not what it's talking about.
I'm talking about the precess, yeah. Yeah, if you take sine of the latitude, that's how you get the precession, right? So what's sine?
If it was swinging, then it would precess based on the rotation, giving you a degree of precession over a period of time. So if it was to swing for 45 minutes, you would get a certain precession degree over that 45 minutes.
No, what is sine 0?
Means it's nothing. Nothing's happening.
Right, sine 0 is 0. So if the latitude of the equator is 0, and the way that you get the precession is sine 0, then it's 0. It's like sine of latitude, and that makes sense just on an idea of you're on a ball. The reason that they claim that it precesses is you're on a ball and it's rotating underneath you, right? Or it's rotating, you're rotating on the ball, and so there's angular displacement. Go to the north, it's this way. Go to the south, it's this way. It's displaced off of perfectly up and down. Because of angular displacement of the spinning ball, you get a certain amount. As you get further up the sphere, then its angular rotation is relative to the latitude. So then you're going to have a different precession, right? And at the equator, it should be 0 because you're on the ball, right in the middle of it.
Yeah,
And
there's no way it's clockwise in one hemisphere, counterclockwise in the other hemisphere, and right in the middle there's some precession because there's no direction for that precession. It's right in between where it flips.
So
There's
should
no
it?
direction.
So back to the original video. I'm just curious. Should it go counterclockwise in the north and counterclockwise in Antarctica? Is that
no, it's supposed to go in opposite ways and not do nothing at the equator. That's why Jared and I are going to actually go to the equator and do it. And yeah, you're right, Napalm. They'll say that, but we're just going to talk to big channels, not any anti-flat earthers that lie about stuff, behind anonymity, but like bigger people, bigger channels, and that think there's a globe, and they're going to be able to fact check all of it with us and help us do all of it, think of everything exactly how we should do it. So good luck. We all know it's
Yeah.
not going to be.
Yeah, we know the
That's
anti-flat earthers are just going to, you did it wrong kind of thing. So yeah, I would get with, and I'm sure you guys have obviously already thought about this and you're going to do it. Fucking physics professors, people who are in a community that have a reputation that have credentials, so there can be no question as to whether you lack the education needed to be able to perform the experiment, all that kind of stuff, and just confirm everything 6 ways to Sunday.
I disagree. I think you should do it with the most psychotic of all is an engineer who will disregard everything for perfection.
Well, we're gonna also use engineers.
Yeah, they're nuts. They're nut jobs in their heads.
Yeah,
I mean, I think Xanix's an engineer. I'm not sure, but
yeah, engineers are very precise about like physical implementation for sure. So it's very obvious, right? I mean, we actually had some engineers do a test with Air that also debunked that the Earth's moving. But anyway, it's like, so technically, if we go 1 degree above, 1 degree below, and then we went down to the equator, we should see a progressive change to 0 at the equator. That's what and it should flip the other way. I should be able to go 1 degree north, do it, get a certain thing, go 0, get nothing, go south, get the opposite direction.
And what would that prove?
If that actually happened, it wouldn't necessarily prove anything because it's still correlation and causation. But the point is, like, it would disprove the globe if it doesn't happen. It can't be the Earth spinning and that not happen. And this is where the least it's going to do, it's going to expose this whole narrative. Oh, it works perfect every time. All of a sudden, the Globers are going to turn into, oh, well, it's hard to get it to work perfect.
Well, if your backup theory is that it's a transfer of momentum from the sky or whatnot, then what would you have to do then at the same exact time on a different day or the same exact time on a different year?
What do you mean? To do what?
You probably would have to do it a year apart.
Yeah, I think so.
To show what?
That the latitude precesses according to the star. I guess somehow according to the stars position, and not the rotation of the Earth.
To find the true effect, you would have to take 2 days a year apart to see if you could determine the same effect on the day that would be equal from the year apart of taken from the first measurement, right? And the same as any, even when parallax is taken into play, whether it's 6 months or a year, there's a duration of time between the 2 points to match the measurements, right?
Wait, why would it change though? Why it wouldn't change day to day? You just have like a rate of rotation from the sky. So it's just rotating at a certain rate. We call that sidereal rotation. If there's an actual causal mechanism that seemingly would transfer down through the background medium and the physical medium, you would just get that one effect.
Well, even sidereal day is not 100%.
I can explain it, but I want to actually figure out the truth and what's going on, right? So then what I need to do is figure out what the evidence actually says. Like, what is the precession rate? How consistent is it? What does it happen how does it actually happen at these certain places? If I go further south, does it actually keep going further and further the opposite way? Is this real? And what exactly is the data before we can address what the phenomena is? And the Glovers
Smarter,
are no help.
Smarter Every Day did a video where they took a pool, two pools, one in the northern hemisphere, one in the southern hemisphere. They elevated the pool a few feet above the ground. Then they had the plug in the center of the pool, and then they they took out the plug, obviously waiting for the body of water to be at rest. And when doing so, they had opposite rotations. The interesting thing would be is if you were on the equator and you did that experiment 1 degree above the equator, north or south, would you have the same effect? Because obviously they were deep south and deep north to do this. The idea would be how much of the effect would be noticeable 1 degree above the equator, north or south, right?
In that video, if I'm thinking of the same video, he paddled, like clockwise with the water, let it go, and then it still went counterclockwise, like strongly proving that Coriolis is a thing. If that's the same video, what I mean is somebody could say, well, you have the pool tilted, it's not level, so it's prone to go in that direction, etc. But from what I saw in the video, he leveled it out, and if I'm thinking of the same video, and then tried to swirl the water the opposite way, and then it corrected
He
itself.
debunked the toilet. The idea was debunking the Coriolis being detected by toilet bowls. So he refuted that claim that toilet bowls prove Coriolis. So what he did is to confirm it. However, he did that the two pools instead of the toilets as reference.
Okay.
Debunking the toilet claim.
Yeah,
they
but
walked it back since then.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, I'm interested in. Listen, I'm just not writing off the whole thing as there's not something there. I don't know.
Well, that's
what
the
it
thing.
is.
The flat
you know
earthers
what'd be
are the ones that
interesting?
actually want to find out. We're going to go to the equator, since there's nothing that exists anywhere where people have demonstrated that it doesn't move at the equator. So it's like if the flat earther has to actually go test the globe claim, because they don't test things; they just regurgitate them.
Would there be
Well,
a
does it?
way to make an automated
Which
machine?
country guys are gonna go?
Would there be a way to make an automated machine in the sense that if you, let's say, had a like a miniature pool and a way to have it drain, but then pump back in, and if you were to traverse from north to south, you'd have one rotation. I wonder if it would slow down that rotation and then make it go in the other opposite direction. Do you know what I'm saying? So you could actually see the physical effects of the water rotating one direction, proceeding towards the equator, slowing down, and then reversing.
Which country guys intend to go to do this experiment?
I don't think we've actually picked any of the details like that out.
I would go to Ecuador, just because of the name. On the equinox is the only day you might get 0 at the equator.
It's a place called Pontianak, West Kalimantan, formerly known as West Borneo, has the distinction of being the only city in the world that sits right on the equator. I don't know.
What do you mean? Aren't there a bunch of cities that?
Like you got like, yeah, I would think so. Yeah, Brazil. Maybe we should go to Brazil.
I would welcome you guys.
You're in Brazil?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that'd be cool.
And I actually go very close to the equator every 6 months or so.
That's
I
what I was
go
like.
around 3 degrees below the equator because that's
Yep.
where my girlfriend lives.
Okay, nice.
That's where I did the local gravity experiment with the pocket scale.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
This is
writing,
pretty, bro.
I'm
It's
not
on the
writing-
water, bro. What? Fortaleza?
Fortaleza.
Yeah. This place is beautiful, dude.
Yeah, there's a bunch of beautiful cities in the equator. at the coast, at the northeast coast of Brazil.
Wow, dude, me and Jaren should go here. If this is on the equator, I haven't even looked. It says it is.
Hey, do you know, is Brazil requiring the shot to get in?
Well, I don't know. We obviously wouldn't be going if that was the case. That's how I got
Right.
through it.
Not yet.
No, there,
That's like, yeah, one thing that's now gonna make me so disappointed about not being able to travel. Anyway,
I'm not sure about flights.
How convenient, right? When people want to start testing claims, and how convenient.
Yeah.
I don't think they require you to. You mean being
Not
vaccinated?
yet.
Is that
But
what she asked about?
your fake president that got your installed president there is making sure that everybody on welfare definitely has to get it.
What? Yeah, I don't think you're required to be vaccinated to fly because no one checked mine.
Just to receive benefits. That's it.
No, it's there are some like cinemas or theater that they require you.
Either way, can we kind of move away from this conversation and go back to the FE discussion before it gets out of control? I know how
We
the
got
conversation is.
we got Quidito. So we got a bunch of places. The equator runs right through, obviously, the east and west coast of Brazil.
So, are there any documented cases of the pendulum not processing at the equator anywhere?
No.
So,
I mean, that would be
so globe earthers are just saying that with absolutely zero evidence.
Yeah, because it has to happen like that on a globe.
Wow.
Yeah, if it usually relate, like if it relates to your latitude, then yeah, there's no reason why at the equator you wouldn't be zero. Mainly if it flips between the hemispheres. But like I think one of the reasons is that it will be the most boring experiment. Like it's just a pendulum that does what you expect a pendulum to do, which is just swing back and forth forever.
No, it wouldn't be a boring experiment. It would prove it would at least not prove it. It would make the claim at least be possible, right? Like this would be. I mean, there's one place on the earth where all of a sudden the pendulum doesn't process. Like why? You know, whatever. I mean, I guess I can see what you're saying, but
I'm
you
not
want to
saying.
test the claim.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the implications wouldn't be nice to test. I'm saying like the experiment itself is a bit of a
Yeah,
boring
we just do nothing basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Bacon, what would if you were able to see that the pendulum does not, or let's say it does process at the equator, then what? Earth not a globe for you?
Right. Yeah, I'll just try a couple more times, just see if I'm getting that same precession consistently. So it's not any noise or anything. And if that precession is consistent, now I don't know, I'll try to publish an article that there's a problem with what we expect to happen with pendulums at the equator. See how far it goes.
Yeah, and then is there any verification that it actually does change its precession direction in the south as well?
That's super.
Oh,
that's
I don't
also
know. I mean, I've never done the Foucault's pendulum. I tried once. It's not that easy. I thought it would be easier. It's like actually not that easy. Because like it's hard to make the pendulum swing for very long if you have a not that tall ceiling. Like you need a very tall ceiling, so the pendulum swings very slow and therefore for a very long time because it loses much less energy to friction if it's doing it slowly. So you also need like a big weight and also like a strong.
Are you saying it's very difficult to get it right?
No, Godric. I'm saying it's hard to make a pendulum swing for like an hour. It has nothing to do with the result. It's just getting a pendulum to swing. The other issue is to measure the precession because, like besides eyeballing it, if it's
hang on, don't you push it? So why would it be hard to swing if you just push it, anyways?
What?
Why would it be hard
Like
to swing if you just push it?
I didn't get it.
Wind it up, right? Just push it, swing. Get a longer string, swing for longer, right? Like three-story.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. Did anyone understand the question? Let's repeat it.
You said it was hard to swing for an hour, so just get a long string, like 3 stories, and then push it. You want to swing for an
Yeah,
hour?
well, I don't. Well, first of all, if you push with your hand, you yourself might be introducing bias to the pendulum. Ideally,
No,
you
because
do.
wouldn't it eventually even out when that
Dude, I
momentum
was talking.
fade away, and then it should take over to the spin of the Earth? Yes or no?
I didn't understand what you said. I was speaking when you started speaking. Dude, I'm gonna grab some dinner. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
They have a nice Foucault's pendulum apparatus. It's kind of expensive, but I have to look into this. With this be the best way to get a really nice one, like just to avoid the whole like dismissal thing. You can get that same one cheaper than that, but
Well, change of plans.
wow, they have $9,000 pendulums. Yikes, 13,000.
Okay, well, what was Godric's asking? Well, Godric's was asking.
Why do you? He's like, would you be able to accept if you found out that the Earth actually isn't a spinning ball?
Sure.
What would it? How would it impact your life?
I don't know. I'll try to um, convince as many people as I can. Um, and I don't know. From that, there might be some changes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if
It would
I'm
just make
facing
the Earth a
some
way
kind of
different place. Yeah, I
conspiracy-
mean, it's like kind of crazy how different it is.
Sorry?
It would make the Earth like a totally different place to interpret.
Sure.
Bacon said that the other day when I'd asked him. He had said that if he found it out, he would try to tell. He said if it was something that was convincing to him, or something strong enough to be convincing to him, that he would then feel that he would want to tell everyone he knew, friends, family, and convince them of the same. And my next response after he said that was, well, then yeah, can you see why this is such a threat to them? To the people who are portraying the globe lie. Like, it's that big of a threat, because as people find out, they tell a lot of people, and all of a sudden the globe doesn't exist anymore, and then their power structure is weakened and to the point. So it's like, that's why they're censoring it. That's why there's all the tactics that are put in place, because they don't want people knowing this.
And then of course you can see why we talk about it so much and try to get it out there. First thing you think about is, dude, I gotta tell other people, bro. They gotta know this.
Yeah, so that's exactly what Bacon's saying. If he found this out, he would instantly tell everyone he knew.
I mean, that's an honest answer, right? Because that does make sense. That's what I experienced. I was like I needed to tell everyone, and then you find out real quick, like, dude, people like can't even like entertain the idea honestly for a second, even though they're completely ignorant of the subject, and it kind of becomes deflating. And then you overcome it, and you just speak the truth to people that have ears to hear and are open to being able to put their beliefs on pause for a second to hear new info.
Do you know what got me going is when I first discovered it to be stationary and horizontal through aviation. Gem Panda came into my, because this is before I think you were on the scene there. What's it? Gem Panda came to my channel, because this is when I was actually had a channel, all that shit. He's like, what do you think, you're special now? You think you got some special information that nobody else has? What do you want, a Pulitzer Prize? That's how they approached it.
Yeah. Which is crazy because that's not the way that, I mean, in a way that's true. Like true earthers do feel like, whoa, we found out like this big secret that was hidden from us. But I think most of us are just kind of want other people to figure it out too. Like we don't want like a gold medal. We don't want to be put on TV as like, this guy figured it out. You know what I mean? Like we just want everyone else to figure it out.
Best part about it is nobody wakes up wanting to be a flat earther, so they're humiliated, ridiculed, judged, laughed at, mocked, disowned by your own family. These are none of the attributes that you look forward to or expect when you discover some of the things that just don't make sense, right?
Yeah.
I love being a flat earther now. Like, I think
now I do. Yeah.
the worm has turned. You know what I'm saying? When I can point towards preachers in my area and people and places like this and YouTube videos and actual measurements that I can take anyone who has doubt out and do, right? And show them things that I've done personally. I love hearing the people agree, and then I love the people that disagree with what I've done. Like I find it's funny now. Like it's entertainment now for me.
Well, you kind of this kind of the shiny diamond, so to speak, kind of wore off a little bit, right? So not blinding anybody. You want people to be blinded with the truth, so to speak, right? And then now you sit back and you're like, it's
Yeah.
okay. You don't believe it, it's all right. I still hold the diamond. It's still pretty shiny to me.
I play poker, like they'll have 2,000 people, and I'll go sit at a table and listen to people talk about flat Earth. That never used to happen, right?
Nope.
Think about it.
And
It's out
and
there now.
the funny part is recently, within the last week or so, I did a little bit of a survey again, public survey, just out and about, asking if people have heard of it. The point is now they have heard of it, but they don't want to discuss it. That's what I find. It's, instead of denial or anger, it's like, oh no, I don't want to talk about it. I heard it, but I don't want to talk about it. No more anger. It's avoidance.
Yeah, that's my wife. We talked about that last night, and she was like, "We've talked about it for hundreds of hours, and I just don't like it." And I'm like, "You haven't talked to me about this for 100 hours, like, come on. Think about when we were in school, how many hours we had to put in to get a degree. You didn't discuss this for 100 hours with me. You can't tell me one thing about it. Like she just doesn't. It doesn't fit in her world. Like she doesn't care, right?
Yeah, the caring part is really the key there for a lot of people now, because I think after the lockdown, a lot of people did get a dose of the conspiratorial realm, and I think it's left a lot of bad taste in a lot of people where they just want to turn their back and avoid it.
There's a church that the preacher just preached on this, and he was against all that too. Against all the, whatever. And for the last 2 years, and that was one thing I was disappointed in my church. We shut the doors and went home and did church online. I think that was time for, if you believe, right, what the Bible says, you should have not only kept your doors open, but invited people to get healed, right? Come trust, the word of God and dive into that instead of listening to what the world is telling you to do.
See, there's a good thing about that, though, because a lot of people, another survey I did was asking people that were part of organizations how they dealt with their, congregation shutting down and online services, and it actually woke up a lot of people where they no longer go to the congregations they used to attend for years and years, for the simple fact that if they were to hold true to the God's word, that it would have been the opposite of what the government
Yeah.
told you to do, right? And
Well,
so a lot of people.
Go ahead.
Anyway, a lot of people.
I'll be short. We've had meetings in our church now, and if it happened again, what would what would we do? Would we keep the doors open? And to a T, to a man, everyone said yes. So, I think some good has come out of it. In the moment, they just weren't sure, and this is a big, they have 10 or 12 different churches around the world, you know what I'm saying? So they had a lot riding on it too. Again, they're tax exempt,
What do you
Yeah,
think
right.
of that 20-second video I just tagged you in? Are they still talking about it in the mainstream?
Did you tag me?
No,
You
but
said?
nobody, no, I tagged Data, but nobody else is. It's right there, the most recent thing.
I'm driving, so
I'll tag you.
yeah. Oh, I thought you said you tagged. Yeah, it did bother me back then while we closed our doors. The church at home just isn't the same. I think they lost a lot of credibility, but some people, some of the worldly, you kind of cater towards the total group. So I understand in that setting, and I can have different. I don't agree with everything the church does or any church around, but I do agree with what the Bible has to tell me about church, and it'll warn you about that.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to church, I mean, church is shutting down there's people who are really struggling, not me, but people who are just like, wanting to just die. And for them to have no physical place to go to, if a church wouldn't allow them in or whatnot, would be pretty awful. Yeah.
And that's why a lot of people.
Go ahead.
To say a lot of people too that I asked. And when I say a lot, maybe 10, 15 people, because I do kind of get out there and ask. Part of the idea, just discovering opinions, but they do. A lot of people were now, in hindsight, were upset at how their leaders did things, and now they've just put a lot of distrust in actually these leaders, which a lot of people now, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but some people now actually just meet online with themselves and disregard these pastors that did what they did.
I can understand their feelings on it,
like,
but they shouldn't be putting their faith into a man as a leader. They should be putting their faith in God. And when they see like a man's faith waver, and that if that allows their faith to waver, then they have their priorities wrong anyhow.
Yeah, they didn't have true faith in the first place. I tell people this all the time. When all this came out, I never wore anything, never stopped working, never changed really anything. But I also bought fabric and helped my wife organize and make, covering, mask, whatever. She didn't do it, but she helped others that wanted to do it. Right. So I think you can be both ways. You just have to, you just have to voice your opinion and help people in the best way that you can help them.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about all of it is being like a child. I was just talking to Jaren about it, and Owen was talking about a bunch of synchronicities about this, but it's about like realizing that you don't know all the answers and being childlike. Kind of like flat Earth makes you be in a way, right? Where you're like, I don't know exactly what the moon is. I think anyone that claims they know exactly what everything about the creator is wrong and like actually kind of lying.
I agree.
Yeah.
Lying to themselves, maybe, or just not being honest with themselves. Maybe not lying.
Well, lying to themselves, yeah.
Yeah. I definitely feel that way. I try and do what's best for me and the ones that I affect the most. I'm supposed to be the leader of my home, so I try and do the best thing for that group down, right, as a pyramid or whatever you want to call it. And most of the time it works out. I mean, we didn't have any trouble, no sickness, no one in our family, nothing. Thank goodness. And how is that? Are we just lucky? Right? Or we just don't buy into the fear and anxiety. I think fear and anxiety is a killer, man. I think the body feels that and hears that. I like what you said, Whitsett, earlier, that we need to be more positive. And, when I get upset here, it reflects on my body and my mind and my spirit. And I need to work on that. That's definitely, something I do work on. But, I just think that fear and anxiety they put in people through the TV and radio and newspapers and all that really brings people's frequency, or whatever you want to call it, down to a level where they can be affected.
Yeah, absolutely.
You think that's why they put the globe and everything? Because it is just everywhere.
It is everywhere, dude. We do that at poker night, like on TV. Next commercial, I'll do $5 for every globe or astronaut that we see. And no one takes the bet anymore, right? It is literally on every car that you pass, delivery van, poster board, everything. Crazy.
Well, you can also understand that a lot of people are like, if you wanted to make a logo or brand something, like the CGI depictions of the globe Earth are kind of captivating in a way, especially when you're trying to talk about the whole world at once. So it makes sense for it to be in logos and all kinds of stuff, right? Because you're saying like, like you're referencing the world. So
yeah, you're like representing.
It's always been a.
Yeah,
go ahead, Joe.
I was gonna say you're like repping. It's like you're representing your homeland or your home planet kind of thing.
Yeah.
In that viewpoint. Yeah.
I don't think that's just started though, right? It's always been in the schools and in your books and in your cartoons, and you understand. Like, I don't think that's anything new. It's been around. Get it?
Yeah. So what I found out is a lot of the advertisement in selling product, they used the globe model. Like, let's say in the 1800s, they would send out these magazines, they would have the illusion of modern science. And so, because it was so captivating, people bought more magazines. And through the magazine sales, by putting the globe on it, you could advertise your product. So, what I see in the beginning, it was actually a marketing tool to sell magazines, clothing, cars, because of the allure that it represented, and the apparent scientific achievement man was creating, right? So it was definitely a marketing tool, and now you see it around you. It's sells movies, it sells space movies, it sells science, it sells at everything, right? So it was a great marketing tool.
I think it's the same thing with like spirituality, like how you are with the earth. It's yeah, it's like we don't know all the answers. We just want to figure it out. Anyone that thinks that some other man gave them the answers and now they know all the answers, and that anything that they currently think can't be wrong, I think that's when you're in trouble. Like a child is. That's why scriptures say be childlike, because a child's like very inquisitive and open to learning new things, comes to their own conclusions, and then go ask their parents, is this right? And they're like, no. The child's like, oh, okay, thank you for telling me the new information and explaining it to me. Now I can update what I think, right? They're very humble regarding information and knowledge. And I think that that's why it tells us to be childlike.
Do you think, Witsit, you would be more calm like you are now, or like you were before if you weren't a parent?
Um, well, I think it definitely adds a different aspect of responsibility to your consciousness. Yeah.
I think one thing that happened to me and may have affected how long it took me to get this across to my kids is they heard me and how I acted, how I reacted to people at wherever, right, that upset me. Like they saw me upset like I had never been upset before in their 20 years of knowing me, right? Like over this topic. And I don't think that's how it should be. I think that was a negative. I actually think that's one of the ploys that people do. That's why they talk about your family and say what they're going to do to your daughter and, whatever. You understand? To get you in that mindset where you don't want to come here, or the people around you that hear you react to that don't want to come here or don't want to hear about it or whatever. They don't want to deal with that. So I think people need to be careful, know that everyone, especially your kids, are vulnerable to how you're acting and reacting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's crazy. Like, I've just been looking into a lot of info. Like, it's something I need to work on, like, really bad. Like, saying negative things, like even just vocalizing frustration, like internalizing that you're upset about something, like getting into toxic exchanges, saying negative things about other people or to other people. Um, like it's all really bad and has like a direct impact, and it's something that I do way too much in these realms, and even in my personal life,
I
I'm
think I
upset about
think I
stuff.
got you beat there, Witsit. I think if anything, my
I think we all do.
temper, what I've learned big time through this whole ordeal is definitely. I think I've calmed down slightly, but I've definitely learned to reflect on my behavior through these debates on taking the bait, if you will, or assuming that the people I'm talking to are lying. There is a big learning curve in psychology there when it comes to just to being affected by propaganda, let's say, and you do become self-aware of that attitude, if you will, when you are exposed to children because of the innocence, the naiveness. They have no idea what's going on in the real world, and it's actually a real blessing to be around children in that way because it actually does teach you what's really important. And for the fact that maybe I might be an argumentative junkie, if you will, that my personality and my disposition likes to be in debate, but my children aren't, and so to reflect upon my choice, it's a good thing to come to that sooner than later anyway. And I think I've learned a
Yeah.
great deal about that
Well,
because I definitely
think
have a temperament.
it's all good to have passion and temper, but I think, like, personally, I come here, if I'm in a bad mood, I act different. If I'm in a good mood, I act, better. So it affects my mood, and while I'm here, the mood I'm in affects the way I act. And
Well,
I
it's funny you say
shouldn't
that. So something else that
ignore
I'm like figuring out is we're directly responsible for our mood, and then we have to be able to get to where we even when something like negative is happening, you control your feelings, and actually the feelings make things happen, as opposed to us living opposite of that and like, oh, things happen to make me feel a certain way. We have to control ourselves. Like if you're upset or if you internalize that you're depressed or upset about something or mad about something, and you just allow that feeling to kind of take over, then you're making it so that it's really gonna stay the case. And yeah, I think that's kind of I don't know. I think that there's something to be said about eliminating certain type of toxicity also. Like I'm never gonna have like a I hate to say someone's name, but just as an example, like NASA Page Shill and I are never gonna have like a productive, good hearted, good faith exchange. Like you know, wisdom would be I maybe just disengage with that. But at the same time, I no matter what he does, it's like if I choose to say snarky comments or insults and low vibrational, like toxic things to him, like that's still affecting me. Who cares about what it's doing to him? Like he's not I'm responsible for me, not him. You know, it doesn't justify me doing it because he did something. And then I just think it like really affects you. I think I like do that so much like, even whenever, relatively speaking, I do stay pretty calm, like on Modern Day Debate, for example, I still, if I look back at them, I don't watch them, but it's like they're hard to watch because I see me getting all flustered and speaking fast and raising my voice or saying like insults, backhanded things and tearing the other person down. And like, I just think that's really a thing that should be completely avoided and that we're like kind of desensitized to.
Primarily why I haven't put my face on camera or debated because I haven't got a full grasp of being able to not be pissed off or determine when I think they're lying, right? And that's my fault as a human, I suppose, is the assuming motive of who I'm debating. And I think because I encompass the whole, I guess, the whole scenario as a really big deal, that I'm probably already I'm preempting myself to respond in that way because of the picture I paint, if you will, of how important it is to tell the truth or what I think truth is. And that's a big lesson to learn is for instance, like Bacon. Bacon may not lie, but I've called Bacon a liar. So Bacon, if you listen, I apologize for calling you a liar. It may seem that you are lying to me, but it may not be the case, right?
Yeah. Or even if it is, it's just, yeah. The hard part for me is really understanding, like, even whenever maybe it's justifiable, it's like still the better thing would be to like just not say negative things about other people, even when they kind of need to be called out. I don't know. It's a tough thing. I'm trying to like
just leave. Like, just leave the conversation with that person without saying anything drives them nuts. And that way you're not involved. I've learned that. I've used it a couple times here lately. It's worked. I'm going to use it more. Like, I just X out, Xanax today. I just X'd out. I didn't respond to him, whatever. I mean, it drove him nuts. He DM'd me. I think it was him.
yeah. Yeah, that's definitely the answer probably. Or just to say like loving kind things back, but like try to actually mean them, Like yeah, I mean, I guess it's
Well,
not easy. I'm not
I'll tell you right now, this ain't gonna go nowhere if we keep acting the way we've been acting.
Tested you today, Jeremy.
Jeremy, you're all right. You're not too hot to handle.
I get hot. I get too hot. I turn it into a shit show sometimes. Everyone does.
You suck
We
as
gotta
a mod, dude.
I know. We gotta get our shit together, guys, for real. This will never go anywhere as long as it's a shit show. I promise you.
Come on, man. I mean, you can't do anything with Xanax or with me, Xanax, whoever. That's just how it's going to be. We're actually doing it on purpose sometimes. Like,
well, speak in the present tense about how it's gonna be better. So instead of saying like
yeah,
how it is a shit show or whatever, but like this place is it's gonna sound but this place is like an uplifting. It's a platform to be like uplifted and reach a higher vibration and to learn new information, and is reaching tons of new people. Speak in the present tense. Speak your goals positively in present tense.
I think it's
Affirming
way
that.
better. I think it's way better here, actually. If we could get decent mods, this place would boom.
we got some shit coming up. Don't worry. We got some shit coming up on the horizon. It's on the
Oh,
horizon.
it's all right. Hey, line of sight's not horizontal, right? It's bent. Remember that. AKA Bob.
That's another big thing that's tough for me is I use a bunch of sarcasm, and so I think sarcasm's really funny, and I'm like, but I don't know. I don't want to remove the fun from life and not be able to be sarcastic, but I think I'm just saying I really believe that when we say something, we're basically we give a command to our cells. So it's like because our cells are like incredible and like electric, and water carries more information than anything else in the world. It's like the most efficient transportation of information. So you're combined with water and electric cells, and they're like, I suck at writing in cursive. Like you're now telling your cells to suck at writing in cursive. Like you're telling them what to do. Like you're programming them. You're commanding them how to behave. And thus that's what happens. So it's like when you say I suck at this, I'm not good at this, I can't do this. I think you're telling your body like what the case is, like what the scenario is, and now it reacts.
Dude,
think
y'all
that's-
started talking.
That's sort of ridiculous because like some things require skill. Like writing cursive, for instance, requires a skill that has to be tamed and doing this. So it's like similar to like playing guitar. You can tell yourself that you suck at guitar, or you can tell yourself that you're good. But do you have the practice? Did you practice 10 years to become? No, you can't just tell yourself you're good at the guitar and instantly be good at the guitar.
That's a
It's
straw man
ridiculous.
fallacy, dude. What an absolute gross misrepresentation of what I said. Like, I'm saying if you are yet to learn how to play the guitar, it would be better that you say, I'm practicing, I need to learn to play the guitar, not I suck at guitar. Right? Like instead of saying that you are no good at it or whatever, you would just say, like, I'm learning to play the guitar. Or
Yeah, I need to practice more.
yeah.
Y'all started talking about writing in cursive, and I went and tried to write a sentence, basically a paragraph in cursive, and couldn't do it. Like that is, I didn't even know that I'd forgotten.
Right. You suck at writing cursive.
Okay, then
No,
keep speaking negatively in your life if you want to. Like
Dude,
I'm not,
you don't catch my sarcasm? You don't catch my sarcasm, Wes? Come on.
yeah,
I'm
it
saying
was
I don't
good.
understand the value in it. I'm saying I'm having the realization in my life. I think that how we speak is important, and I think a lot of people down themselves a lot. They say what they're not good
curse
at.
themselves,
They also
yeah,
say that
they
they're
curse
allergic to things. They say that they have health issues. They say they have pain. They say their shoulders messed up. They say all this stuff that then commands their body to do that.
I agree with that totally.
Well, yeah, because there's a different way to word it. There's a different way to word it. Like, let's say you went out and you were going to play tennis or whatever, and you played tennis and you didn't do as well as you normally do. Instead of being all negative, like, oh, I suck, this is terrible, worst day ever kind of thing, you could also like word it in different ways. Like, well, yeah, it wasn't my best day, but tomorrow's going to be better. Or, yeah, just like put it in a more positive
Or just say even though like that was a lot of fun and I can't wait to get better.
On a side note, did you guys appreciate Chris Stapleson's version of the national anthem? I thought it was awesome.
No, I hated him. I think he sucks.
You think
I
Chris
can't stand the national anthem. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, you gotta chill, man. Even as a joke, I just don't like it now. It's like,
Sorry.
yeah, I'm probably gonna become annoying because, like, yeah, because it's like something I realized. I had to be honest. Like, I need to work on a lot. I make a lot of like sarcastic, insulting comments to people in the heat of the moment in debate, and like, although I do think I've grown exponentially with how patient I am or how long it takes me to get there most of the time, like, I still end up. It doesn't matter. You should just never say it. Like, I should just close out Discord before I say it. So yeah.
You know what? You know what I think. When the scripture says that life and death is upon the tongue, that when the pharmaceutical industry is like has a very big grip upon this, they have really figured out that once as a authoritarian, once as an as a authority, you tell the other human being that has not much knowledge, supposedly from their perspective about health, you tell him some very complex Greek word of a sickness, and you're gonna say, okay, dude, you're gonna have at least like 3 years to live, but we have some options. You can do a chemotherapy and use these medicines. We can give you painkillers and whatnot, and we might be you have a chance for 4 or 5 years. And then these people go home and they intensify this. They start believing this, and they embrace it. They embrace these death sentences from doctors. And I think that's by far the most disgusting things of our century that we live in. That we have a pharmaceutical system that not only makes you a slave to their medicine, but also like prophets tell you you're gonna die in 3 years. And then the people, logically they get sicker and sicker because they have embraced this prophecy, this false prophecy, and it's kind of sad, And also with many people who are actually sick all the time, or depressed, or have a very bad attitude. What you see with them, they talk about this a lot, like when you are around people who are always depressed and negative, they talk about that and they reaffirm it all over again. You never hear them say positive things. I think there's also a lot of people on the internet that do that, a lot of cursing against each other, unfortunately.
I think for me, what coming down to realize is that there is a an entity, if you will, or a body of people that are purposely paid to, let's say, manipulate the masses. For somebody as naive as I was starting in, I just couldn't fathom the idea of how deep it went, and I think that resentment from realizing that really shone through. Because I would project that distaste onto anybody in opposition, and coming to terms with the idea that that's my learning curve and not anybody else's. I'm responsible of how I respond to that. So it's a sad thing that you have government organizations, groups, all involved in this arena, if you will, or any other arena, whether it's pharmaceutical, whether it's military, spying, espionage, whatever. There are groups that are doing bad things for good purposes, so to speak. And I think that's what really got me, is that my world, the naiveness of that, my world I was living in prior to Flat Earth, was peachy keen. There's not that much evil out there and all that stuff. And then when I realized that that's not true, that's where a lot of the anger and resentment came from, and sort of took away a lot of the happiness and joy that I once had, for the fact that there are people that are actually going out and doing it because it's part of their job to manipulate and to corral them, the school of fish, if you will. So we're a type of school of fish. There's people out there looking to corral that, and I think that's what really ate at me, is the idea that people are getting away with doing that. That's where I think a lot of my anger comes from.
Don't worry, they're not going to get away with this.
They already did, dude. We're going to World War III. Get away with what? They already did. What are you talking about? We're just little computer warriors.
It ain't over. Come on. It ain't over, bro. Well, we got to do something.
There's nothing you can do.
You got a book coming out? We got plans, bro.
Well, here's what I've realized, is that I love the book of Job more and more that I read. When God asked Job, "Were you there when you laid the foundation?" Because when I first got in it, I was dead set on everything is flat, because it's very polarizing, especially when I was flying planes. And when I was in class, they never taught me anything about it. And I'd take that evidence and present it. I would be insulted for it, humiliated for it, when I was just trying to find the truth behind it. That compounds over period of time, because once you start going into this avenue, you end up being isolated from a lot of people, for the simple fact that a lot of people can't handle geometry, math, physics, or any of these questions regarding the paradigm we live in. So I'm really glad, as I delved back into the Bible and researched more scriptural references, I take the position of Job, where which is almost like a childlike state to me, which is the wonderment of everything that I'm living in, and that it would be naive and foolish of me to claim that I knew where I was at entirely.
That's right. Amen.
You have take shape like clay on the
That
sea.
took me years, though, of coming to a mature position to it, rather than as a polarizing, an emphasized polarized position, where if you're angry, you're polarized, so you're angry, right?
What's your favorite part about Job?
Just when he was asking, "Were you there when I stretched the line across it? Were you
Job
when you there when
38,
I laid the
right?
well, 38:14, clay flesh seal, it's fine, but the whole thing, it just really puts into the wonderment. And if I really read that over again, it does put me in a childlike frame of mind, for the point that it's the wonderment that God is actually asking me. And then I came across Psalms 118:8, and
Makes you humble, right? Makes you understand the glorious.
well, it's amazing, yeah. But here's the thing: is that also too, through the process of researching, even people that weren't biblical, so to speak, had the same wonderment, but they had ideas of where they lived, and then they tried, these hypotheses, and they tried to do these experiments to prove where they lived. But I think that there's a limited, obviously, a limited ability to what you can reify or affirm to be true, based on just an optical observation of it.
Yeah,
We got to stop saying optical observation. It's redundant.
Sure,
Is there
observation
any
implies
other
optical.
observation? Yeah. Is there any other observation other than an optical one?
Yeah, it's kind
Well,
of the same.
you could be specific, right? I was just showing some specificity there by saying it's an optical observation.
I think it's the same by saying mathematical calculation, right?
Exactly.
You know who also finds the book of Job amazing, so that they use it in a press conference as the intro?
I do not.
NASA.
Oh, you mean 3813?
Yes.
We were talking. I was going to say something before, and we were talking about the the tendency for things to become shit shows in some of these conversations. And I was just thinking, like, if this discussion was, like much more broadly being broadcasted, either through like a radio show or even like the way that like Joe Rogan type of podcast type thing. If there was like a radio program or something like that was reaching, people all over the world, everywhere, people just in their cars and skimming through the radio station, and they came upon this, like, first of all, what would the impact be if the discussion was to that level? And then what level of non-shit showery would have to be maintained in order to have that be something like that, like a radio show that, people of all ages could tune into and listen to with, without it going into all of the chaos, and how effective would that be as well, if people could be able to listen to it in that kind of way?
But Gio, isn't it that, like, when you look around on these discords and other discords about geocentrism and the plane we live upon, and you see all these anti-flat earthers that constantly have been informed about reality and have been given a different view on it, it kind of, for me, looks like as if there's just certain type of knowledge and truth that some people are either not ready, or they're just not capable of understanding it. I don't know how to explain it, as if it's like a veil that is in front of the eyes, that it just like a blindfold they can't get rid of,
Yeah, I think it would be an interesting exercise to take, like this room, for instance, and have a control group of just average people. You know how, like, back in the day, at least at the mall where I grew up, they used to have these survey people where they would say, "Hey, you want to take a survey?" Or they would show you like a clip for an upcoming movie and asked you what you thought about the trailer, right? So they would take these polls of the average people. I think it would be a cool exercise to have like an average group of 20, 25 people listen in on this room for 2 weeks or a month. Just listening in, zero participation, no seeing how others are reacting, just them themselves listening in, no way to text, no way to talk, but listening to the conversation for an extended period of time and see kind of what their opinions would be after an extended period of time of this conversation and the topic in general, or the way that people act within the conversation and all of that kind of stuff. I think that would be interesting.
Well, I did slightly an experiment like that with the Aristophanes example of the circle and the right angle triangle. Now, the words or spoken words don't have obviously the same effect as visuals do. So, unfortunately, a lot of people can't paint the imagery. And even myself, when I first started this journey, when I went to Library of Congress, because I was kind of turned off by a lot of the visuals, like Mark Sargent and Eric and all that shit. So I went to Library of Congress and tried reading books like King's Dethroned, Terra Firma, Leeson's. And even when I was reading the words, I'd have to reread over and over again to get the mental imagery, or at least get the contention of the claim, right? And that's what people, I think, even right now, my book that I've been handing out to a couple of people that I know that are well educated, very educated, they have even a hard time understanding the Aristophanes example, let alone pronounce the word. And these are educated people. So I think the radio is, it might be good and all for getting the conversation out there, but very little could be understood from it without visuals. Because even if I do have the words and I do give the visual, they still have a hard time understanding the contention. That's why I think flying, for me, already being in pilot school in my early 20s, already landed me in a position of well, that doesn't make sense, because I had the personal experience of applying real knowledge into real flight, even at the small scale I was at. And being that I was informed in the debate, which was the claims from the Globers, they didn't match practical reality. So I already had that personal experience, that conflict. Most people will adhere to simply, well, why would they lie? And they really can't get out of that.
Today, we got to witness the world's most powerful rocket take the Earth by its edges and shake the wicked out of it. And it was quite a sight. It's quite a sight.
So were you saying how would it need to change, Geo, in order for it to be broadcast like those formats?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, to have like a professional type production, whether it's on TV, whether it's privately released on a Netflix type platform, like a custom platform that, or on radio, syndicated. I mean, yeah, there's all these different, like an actual like professional.
Geo, if you would do it, you would want a radio show from an airplane. That would be that would draw people in. You would host a radio show from an airplane for an hour. You'd fly from one airport to another, and you would, that's what I'm thinking, because it really would come down to getting people to visualize and apply practical things to their observation. And that's what broke the spell for me anyway. That and water, but getting into it was a whole like, there's nobody's going to be looking at light, the attenuation or the diffraction or refraction of light. Nobody's looking into that. I would
Well, I
suggest
hear
that
you.
we're like 0.0000001% of the population doing this kind of thing, right? So
No, I hear you. There's a lot of angles, but like Coast to Coast, for example, that has reached, that's been on radio and all that stuff. But the thing is, on Coast to Coast, there's virtually never a shit show. It's always professional. Now, I'm not saying there hasn't been a caller that was a little rude here and there, or whatever it may be, but it's just an example. And I mean, there's a lot of radio shows that talk about things that are sort of outside of the box, if you want to call it that, whether it's like the paranormal, or, now I'm not saying that the shape of the earth, is paranormal. I'm just saying that what would it take to have like a professional type setup like that, where it was like Coast to Coast, where there's no shit shows, and have it be able to be received by people to where they're not.
Well, you would have to groom your callers and have your debaters, and you'd have to, have a pretty concise format. And almost in vein of what Nathan Oakley does is the housekeeping questions, right? You'd have to have it, because from what I can tell of the approach of Nathan Oakley, is that any listener for the first time can come back a week later and still be familiarized with the housekeeping questions. And then, obviously continue on their journey without really leaving a different point, right? Or coming to a new point of a whole new subject content. They know what to expect.
Yeah, and whatever you're going to say about Nathan Oakley, that dude is pretty consistent. And that's key too, to be consistent with your output, I think.
Yeah, isn't Joe Rogan on like 2,000 shows or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, like Data was saying, yeah, if it was, you would have to have like at least a 30-second delay. You'd have to screen callers. You'd have to have people lined up in a queue to to come on, whether it's debate or discussion style, whatever it may be. So yeah, you'd have to like have some pretty strong filtering, going on, to where, because that's what they do on like Coast to Coast AM and things like that. Obviously,
Exactly.
they have screeners. And they have a delay so that if somebody comes in and says something crazy, it doesn't go live and all that.
You probably have to determine your goal. Like, what would your goal be? Is it like entertainment? Is it to like give people information? Like, how are you gonna pay for it? Like, are you gonna have any sponsors or?
Well, in the same vein as Oakley, you could use elements of the consistency there, but also pander to another audience that is curious about cosmology, spirituality. So you'd have to have some type of, because nobody's going to be looking at flat Earth, but they would be looking at the cosmology potentially under the guise of spirituality, right? And you'd have to have a really unique angle or position, and then consistency through that thing, through the process of it to get any kind of followship, right? Because if it's all over the place and it's argumentative, it's, like I said, a very niche type people are going to show up debating, and it appears that I'm one of those people that likes contention and debate.
Well, that's a question too. If it was a professional type production like that, what would the debate part be? And the, yeah, like what? Obviously, it couldn't be shit show debate, but it could be actually more professional debate. But I mean, it's interesting that there isn't something like this. I mean, for the cosmology and the shape of the earth, because like I'm just looking at Coast to Coast AM. I'm looking at his website, and it's like there are upcoming shows like alternative health, cryptids and anomalies, toxins in food, demonic forces, paranormal. So I mean, they cover a lot of topics. I mean, mythical creature sightings, ghost child, shooting down UFOs. So I'm just saying, like this is a type of program that is talking about a lot of things that are not considered necessarily mainstream. But the shape of the earth, like, has always been kind of like on YouTube, and then the censorship, and I guess just no one has come along with the funding or the kind of wherewithal to, I mean, it's been hard enough just to have it not be a shit show, let alone being able to have an actual, productive type discussion with it and professionally done. So perhaps that's all to come in the future and when the time's right, because I mean, if this discussion of the earth and all of the things that go along with it, like you said, Data, spirituality, the science, the physics, like all the different aspects of it, and in addition to like the cutting edge of the actual experimentation and testing as well, and everyone's different viewpoints on it. I mean, it's a huge topic. Like it could, yeah, and you're right. Yeah, a lot of people would reject it or just not listen to it or be too triggered by it. But I think there would be a significant audience if it was done professionally. Like if it wasn't just some like, YouTube video on the internet where there's kind of chaos and shit show stuff happening. 'Cause a lot of people are just going to tune out to that. That's just going to eliminate 95% of the public. So
yeah, it would have to be
I think. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it would have to be like heavily moderated, right? Like this week is the Globe's side, and or today is the Globe side, and then tomorrow is the FE side rebuttal to their claims, or something along those lines. But I do find it interesting that, like you were saying, coast to coast. So coast to coast has been, I think it's my understanding, it's been nationally syndicated for decades. I mean, my whole entire life grew up to my parents falling asleep to Coast on their radio while they slept. So I grew up with Coast to Coast, even doing the same, listening to it as I went to sleep up until, maybe like 15, 20 years ago that I stopped doing that. But the amount of things that went out nationally syndicated radio on Coast to Coast is, I mean, there's a wide range of things that were covered in there that would be considered highly speculative, conspiratorial, things along those lines. But I feel like they had lines that they never really crossed, or there were certain boundaries. And I don't know, has Coast to Coast ever covered this topic? And is this a topic, as has kind of been proven through congressional hearings with YouTube, that maybe isn't allowed to be discussed for certain reasons?
Sponsorship, man. Sponsorship. A lot
It's
of
a good
people
question. Well, if somebody was independent, had their own independent financing, could they launch a big show like that, a whole nationally syndicated thing, and then not be censored?
I think in some way, shape, or form, you're still beholden to the syndicated local radio stations' sponsorships, right?
The regulations around it.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if you were wealthy, you couldn't make a show on, we all could think of certain topics that they're just not going to allow on the radio at all. So yeah, there's got to be some. So the question is, would the shape of the earth being this widely discussed, would that be shut down or not? I guess that's the question. Or could it be done? Maybe it would have to be independently funded, though. That's the thing. You're probably not going to get funding from, I don't know what Coast to Coast, where they get their sponsorship and funding from. But yeah, obviously, they, like you said, they fit within a boundary of acceptability, even though it's considered a bit, I mean, I'm just looking at some of his shows. Yeah, time travel, there's a lot of stuff that are kind of outside of, like you said, what would be kind of mainstream.
I mean, it's been 40 years of alien speculation,
Yeah. Which they're actually, they're into that, though. That's approved on their agenda. So.
Oh yeah.
Well, just looking at.
They said they shot down 4 UFOs this weekend or some shit. Did you guys hear that?
6 on total, but 4 of them are UFOs. 2 of them are balloons. Yep.
Fucking shooting shit down all over the place now. All of a sudden.
So this also comes down to a good point of another area of governmental control that we don't really think about, and I can understand that it's at least given to us under the guise of security and protection, but the airwaves themselves. I mean, people back in the day, back in the Vietnam era, in order to get out information that wasn't allowed to go out over the airwaves, they had like pirate radios where they would go offshore and broadcast a radio station on land. So is there any bandwidth that is acceptable outside of the purview of governmental control and regulation that people can get information out on? Is there a pirate radio?
Remember Pump Up the Volume with Christian Slater?
Yes.
That's the approach that you'd be taking, but I don't know how you would get bandwidth without some pretty good equipment there.
By the way, David Weiss was on Coast to Coast AM, and he was talking about Flat Earth. So
And I'm looking at their calendar here, and they got dragons and mystical beasts at the Paramount, so they definitely engage into the mystical realms. It's just how far are they willing to go into that mystical realm, right?
I mean, David Weiss was on there, and he did his stuff on it, but it was like just one show. It was kind of in and out. It wasn't like a focus on it or breaking it down or debates, or it was sort of more like just kind of just one show amongst all their other ones. But yeah, I don't know. The question you asked, Napalm, is there some like way to broadcast without being regulated? That's a whole separate question. I imagine
my question is why weren't you guys as angry as me, finding out that a lot of these people were bamboozling a lot of other people? That's what pissed me off a lot.
Yeah, I imagine everyone's gone through some version of that. Yeah, it is. It's intense for sure. Well, one thing I was going to say linked to that is sometimes when people are debating globe earthers, it's like I feel like they treat that globe earther as if that globe earther is the one lying to the world. And it's like, whereas in reality, that person is actually just defending it or just defending their belief. Now, granted, they are kind of like representing it and pushing it. So I can understand why the tension would be there as well. But I'm just saying, like, that's not the one line. Like, I used to remember on 24/7, like so many times on that 24/7 server back in the day where like some like 15-year-old kid would come in and he's like defending the globe and people are just like crushing him and these people are banning him and yelling at him, and it's like, dude, like that's not the guy. That's not the guy lying to the world. Like, that's just a kid who's trying to figure it out.
Yeah, when Globers do that to us, like that's what makes me a flat earther almost, is like the way people will pile on and not actually argue in good faith.
I think it's really easy to carry over some residual of the anger due to the fact that you're called names constantly, insulted constantly, belittled constantly, told that you're a loser constantly. Everybody's going to find out you're a flat earther constantly. I think that eventually does have a way to ball up inside somebody, and then of course be projected onto anybody who anybody's in the pathway of that individual. And I know that I'm guilty of that primarily because, like I said, one of the first questions I ever asked was, how do you prove something about the heliocentric model? And it's just like the velocity through infinite space. To be treated like trash when I was just good-hearted, not even angry, none of it, and was just treated that way continuously, I think that does kind of, you absorb that hatred and then you want to project it onto somebody else.
Gotta overcome it, brother.
I know, I'm trying, man. If you notice, I'm much more calmer, I think.
I was my landlord just popped in. My heat went out earlier today. My landlord popped in to check it out, and we were sitting waiting while I was waiting for the thermostat to charge up, chatting. And he's a teacher, so you're talking about the education system. And next thing I know, I brought up flat Earth to him, and because of all the mocking I get, I was like, hey, you're gonna think I'm crazy, and I was like laughing at myself. But man, he was like so receptive. He had a big smile on his face when he left, and he said it was one of the best conversations he's had in a long time.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
I've had those too, man. I've had good receptive people, but this is of course years later after people have kind of been subjected to a lot of shit. Because when this first came out, there was people throwing propane tanks on fires to fight against flat earthers.
No, I know. I'm jumping in late on a conversation, so I'm sorry. I was just really excited about that.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's awesome, because I've had similar type things happen, and it's like there are some personalities out there that have like they realize something is not necessarily right with the world. Something's kind of askew, right? And then they have an in-depth conversation, which they don't get to have that often. It's fulfilling for them, and they're just like super stoked about it. Regardless of whether they 100% agree with you or not, there's so many people out there that are just thirsty to have an actual in-depth conversation and or discourse about something that's not just surface level BS that's being told to you to argue about on the television.
Right.
So I find some people can be very like thankful for having just an in-depth conversation in general.
Yeah.
I was going to respond to what you had said, Data. Yeah, I totally hear you, dude. There is I think that's kind of the attacks of certain forces, though, that want to not only create the shit show, but do all because they know that like they can't stop the truth. So the one thing they can do is all the ridicule and the name calling and the bashing to try to get people frustrated so that they either stop talking about it or give up or just sign out and don't come back kind of thing, you know? So like a combination of that, like you said, that can build up. And then, like you said, the anger or frustration that we're being lied to and that there are these kind of controlling powers, as it were, that are doing this stuff, let alone when you then start linking it to, you know, the jabs and the GMO foods and poisoning the earth and all these other things. I certainly hear where you're coming from. And I thought about that a lot and kind of had to work through it within myself because, yeah, the tendency is to get frustrated at them. But then I also try to kind of, in a way, try to see it from their side as well, like why they're doing it. Because I think that we're all, in my viewpoint, we're all one. There's only one God, as it were, one creator. So whoever's lying about the shape of the earth is actually a part of myself on some level, on some deep level, part of all of us. It's like within us, like the demons are within us. Ultimately, it's not really outside, even though it's not me in this physical life at all, but I think on a spiritual level. So then I have to think about that. Okay, well then why would some part of myself do these things? And that's kind of going on a more metaphysical kind of viewpoint on it. But yeah, it is a big, big thing.
See, what I realized though is not necessarily that they're lying, and that was the as I dug deeper into the the beginnings, let's say, of the globe model, and through the research of just reading about Ptolemy's work and how he assumed things. There's no maliciousness there. There's no evil there. Like there's not in the writing of discovering where you live is not evil. But starting with a presupposition or reaffirm, like basically the sun and moon are round, therefore the earth is round, is really the cause for the presuppositions. And there's no initial malicious, like nothing evil in that, right? So
well, one could argue, well, maybe in the original, like theoretical, when the first person thought could the earth be a globe, you could argue that maybe it was just a theoretical idea and it didn't have evil. But I mean, I definitely think that the individuals or entities now that are doing all this, they know it's not a globe. So it's 100% lie. I mean, they're not just like mistaken about it. I mean, obviously they're making fake pictures of it and the whole 9 yards. I mean,
they're emphasizing their philosophical belief for sure.
Well, showing fake pictures of a globe. I mean,
that was Math Powerland's comedy
it's
routine.
Like that 1927 one, right? I mean, even Zohar, if you read parts of the Zohar, pardon me, they had ideas that there was 7 continents back 2,500 years ago before apparently they were able to find that 7th continent. And the idea is that if they had all these assumptions that the Earth was a sphere and that it'd have to have equal distribution of mass, and so they apparently back then had all these conclusions to what the shape of the world was and where the land masses were and all that, right? So when you read about that, you're like, okay, I mean, that's pretty genius for a 6-foot guy to be able to understand the distribution of mass as a sphere and claim that there's all these continents. But then again, I'm just reading something that somebody wrote. Apparently, somebody thought about thousands of years ago. Sounds like a great abduction, like it's a good story of how it all came to be. But then you keep reading further, especially in the Zohar, they claim that the Earth is a living ball with people living upside down. And this is around the 1300s, right? This is when this particular belief system started to really take hold mathematically. Even when you look at the Sun of Lima.
Can I disrupt for a second, please? Sorry, man. Can you point me some resources where I find this in the?
Yeah. So just type in the land is a living ball, and it should come up with the Kabbalah. Should show you, and it should give you a verse.
Oh, great. Yeah, I already found something. Thanks.
Can I mention something real quick about the image of Earth from space? So I find it interesting every single time I think about this when I go on to like Google Maps, Google Earth, whatever, and I look around the coastal regions, and it's like the stark change from the color of the water as it's taken from elevation for either rivers or the ocean or anything along the coasts or any large bodies of water, including like the Great Lakes. And I just wonder if they kind of jumped the gun on putting out their blue marble back in 72, and they have to keep trying to portray the Earth would be looking that way. I understand that they say, oh, well, we just painted all the oceans with blue so that, we can save the data that it's required for processing or whatever. But if you took something like the Gulf of Mexico, for instance, and you had no overlay for this CGI blue that they put on it, what would that look like from a distance? It would be almost like brownish green gray, like everything would fade together. So what does the world look like from a very high distance in relation to the big?
I would say it would be just like looking at a mountain peak through your atmosphere. It would be this opaque, blended,
grayish type.
Yeah, you wouldn't have these amazing different colors that you see. I don't think you would have this blended opaqueness.
Yeah, maybe I agree.
I just think you'd see a bunch of water. Like if you could get really far away, you'd see like just some land and surrounded by water.
Yeah, but my point about the water is that like you look at the blue marble images and they have this blue, like obviously blue water, and the only way that they get that to translate within like Google Maps or whatever as you're zooming out, you can see this rich blueness. The only reason they get that is because they CGI over what the water actually looks like from a high elevation.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like it would just be very hard to define the continents compared to the water. Yeah.
Probably like that far away. I mean, depending on how far away you really were.
Anyways, I just always think about this because you were talking about possibly going to the equator in Brazil, and I was looking at places around that area in Brazil, and I just look off the coast, and it's like, not only do they just make the Amazon River look like it's a spring-fed, crystal clear aquamarine at some point, they CGI the fucking clouds onto it too. I'm like, what does this part of the ocean really look like? Because it looks like chocolate milk when it's in the river.
Yeah, it's a good point. Like I'm looking on Google Earth right now at the Great Lakes, and they're like a bright blue, but the Great Lakes are not blue, even when you're there.
Yeah, go to the Amazon. Go to the Amazon in Brazil and look at what they do there. So you can just imagine what this whole entire, I don't know, to me it's just like, it's glaringly obvious that the world would not be presenting itself the way that it's claimed to be presented within these blue marble images had we not had to go in and make the oceans blue.
Right.
Anyways, I just wanted to, before I forgot to state that when you were talking about that, just bring that up.
I was going to ask ChatGPT today. I haven't gotten around to it yet, but I was watching Tim Pool. He was engaging with ChatGPT today, asking about space travel and asking ChatGPT to predict when man will colonize Mars. Apparently, it's 20 years from now that man will colonize, but I haven't gotten to the point where I wanted to ask ChatGPT, why can't we go now if we went in 62 to the moon? I haven't even tried that yet, just to see what it would give me as an illogical or just a rebuttal to it.
Well, with all these UFO things, they're claiming they're shooting down all these UFOs, which is the first time in history, I think, that they're admitting to shooting down UFOs. It seems to me likely that they might do some kind of, lockdown space, basically. So, we can't go to the moon, we can't do anything, we have to protect the Earth or whatever. So if they go that route, then the whole space.
So just to clarify, they have enough technology to come to Earth, but not enough technology to fight F-22s. I'm suspicious about that.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
if you guys ever won a ticket to space free, would you take it, or would you be worried that they
If
would
I was in my
somehow?
70s, if I was in my 70s, because this is what happens. Apparently, low Earth orbit hardens the artery 17 to 30% in 6 months. So even if I was to travel somewhere 7 months, which takes me 7 months to get to Mars from Earth, my arteries are going to hard up to 30%. Could harden up to 30%, right? So which means I can
Like
age 10 to 20 to 30 years, something ridiculous like that in 7 months.
What about like a day
So
trip though?
So a day trip to where? Because it takes 3 days to get to the moon, apparently. So where am I going in a day?
Just like low Earth orbit, mid Earth orbit.
You mean
See,
where
they
you
already
float
they,
for
they,
you
they've
float for 2 minutes?
they've already done that with Richard Branson's 363,000 feet Virgin ship. Apparently, this is going to be commercialized by 2025. They've been working on it for every 8 years since they started the program 20 years ago. So apparently, every 8 years they're scheduled to make this 7 to 8 years. They make the leap that they're going to have commercial space flight.
I mean, that's the thing, though, man. Like, oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna see what your guys' perspective would be because, I'm just trying to put myself in your shoes. Like, hey, they're, if someone offered this to me, are they gonna intercept me at some point during this flight training process and be like, we're not actually leaving, or like, would you be hesitant, or would you?
Well, the thing is that how far would I have to go above the surface of the Earth to see it rotate, and how far would I have to go above the surface of it to see actual physical curvature? Those are the two underpinning claimed realities that I have to accept if the Earth's a sphere. So more importantly, the question would be asked is at what flight or at what height could I observe both of those effects? And if there was no conclusion on what height, then it would still reaffirm that I'm living on a stationary surface that has no curvature and that everything is geocentric.
I mean, what are those guys seeing? Like, those Dude Perfect, those guys? They went up and I forget which one it was. So and in that video, so one time they asked him like, is the Earth flat? And the guys were like, no, definitely curved. So there's a little programming in there, but I mean, what do you think those guys saw? And then are they in on anything, or is that just not high enough to really see anything?
I think that you look down through, you'd see a little bit of curve, in your mind. You wouldn't see like a globe or anything. See a little bit of curve, and they would just kind of assume that it's like the Earth's a ball, and you wouldn't see that much according to even the globe model. I don't think that they intellectualize any of that. I think it's probably a crazy experience. You start falling down, you feel like you're floating. You can look out, you can tell you're obviously pretty high. And it's just like you're kind of overwhelmed, and you might see a little bit of curve, but it probably is crazy to see that high off the Earth. I don't know how high they actually went, of course, and they wouldn't even know, but I mean, I don't know. I think that it's not like they see a globe Earth or something. They just see the Earth from real high up and maybe a little curve looking down through windows. When you're looking down through the window, then you're going to impose curvature.
The obvious problem, though, is even if you go look at Richard Branson's flight, the obvious problem is what window we're going to be looking through, because they emphasize in that particular flight, they emphasize looking through the cockpit window, which shows the same amount of curve as if they were taking off or landing. Right? Not a lot of people see that for whatever reason, but you can go look at the footage right now, and the same curve when they're at 360,000 feet is the same curve when they're coming in for a landing, and it's all viewed through the cockpit window.
Yeah, there's also the factor of like, would there actually be some visible curve just because you see in a circle, like a circle over a planar Earth? Yep. Could actually, we've talked about that too. Could like have that kind of hula hoop effect that you could that you could then confuse for Earth curve.
That's what initially I assumed it to be is a button appearance at that height elevation due to the fact you're seeing in a 360-degree circle over a planar surface, you would
Oh,
get you would
a
get
button. You're saying button, like a almost like a dome type thing. You're saying?
just the way if you were looking at the surface of a button, right? It's a circular disc, but the way that you would look across the plane of it, it would appear to be a curved surface. Anyway, I think the Earth is magical and wonderful, and definitely learned a lot about myself in the last 6-7 years, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about cosmology, there is so much beauty and grandeur, and there's so much, in my viewpoint, even on a spiritual level, like there's a certain sacred component to it as well. And so, yeah, sometimes when these discussions are so toxic, it's kind of, to me, it's like almost like the opposite of what it is. Like, to me, it's like it's a thing of beauty. Now, I know there's the thing of the conspiracy part, and they're telling us it's a globe and these deceivers. So yeah, there's that kind of tension built in with it. But in terms of like the Earth itself, it's just nature. It's Mother Nature, and there is so many like spiritual and different components of that I think sometimes aren't focused on as much for the fight or just the anger that we're being lied to. And yeah, it makes sense because I mean the whole Earth is being, in a sense, kind of controlled by a certain group that are doing just the Federal Reserve, the Globe Lie, all of these, the big pharma, the news media, all these factors. So it makes sense that there's a tremendous tension around it. But I feel like it's kind of the conversation of like just the grandeur and the beauty of what the Earth actually is sometimes gets lost in all of the tension or fighting.
Well, not necessarily, because just to, if you compartmentalize this debate to what it is, and you set your mind aside, you set it aside in your mind, and you go watch things like Planet Earth, or you go watch these documentaries of Earth, you still get the same effect in the beauty. It's just it's imposing a partially artificial imagery to represent it. But then, of course, when you get into the details, this is what this is my reality, is the details, not the high elevation CGI information to represent what the Earth could be. So the beauty is still there. Again, people like you and me will still see the beauty if we compartmentalize the debate, put it aside, and look at for what it is. And you go watch these documentaries, it's gorgeous. It's just, you and me, maybe I and everybody here will know that there's a limitation to what we see visually in the representation to be artificial, and that may take away if you let it. But as soon as you zoom in, you're looking at waterfalls and Amazon and animals. All that stuff just fades away, right? The shape and who's controlling it, and Federal Reserve, it all fades away. It doesn't mean anything anymore. And I think really that's the lesson, is if you're going to allow your brain to, let's say, assume things are a lie, you better get good at compartmentalizing. At least that's what I had to do, because then you wouldn't enjoy anything, because it would all be perceived as a lie or misrepresentation, and there's no beauty in that.
Yeah, definitely. It has all those different aspects, which are polarized. I think too about a lot of people that are like, they're like Earth, either like hippies, or they just love the Earth, or tree huggers, or the green movement, and all of those things as well. And it's interesting to think how many of them, like you said, they actually have, like you said, the beauty and wanting to preserve the Earth. They have all of that, but then they're thinking it's a globe. Like, wouldn't they be more interested to want to know if the Earth isn't a globe, like what it actually is? Like, wouldn't that actually complete the picture? Like, if you wanted to be like have like a love for the Earth and wanting to, protect it and, keep it in the best condition possible, it seems like knowing what having a misrepresented model of the Earth would be like a huge thing. And maybe a lot of them will want to pursue that at some point, or will be interested in the future. Like I said, if there was like a nationally syndicated radio program or something like that where it was being talked about all the time, maybe if it wasn't a shit show and if it wasn't censored on YouTube and if it wasn't kind of a fringe discussion, but it was actually more of a, maybe a lot of these people will begin their journey, because maybe they think right now, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. I'm not going to go read about flat earth. It's a joke. It's a conspiracy theory, so they're just able to brush it under the rug and not even consider it. But it's like if it was being taken seriously and having a more of a professional type discussion around it, like there'd be a huge amount of people that would actually be interested.
Well, you could use the angle, because apparently this is the angle. You can say that the globe Earth is bad for the climate. In fact, the globe Earth causes climate change, and that's not good. We don't want a globe Earth anymore because it causes climate change. So you could always use that as an angle. Apparently, Hillary Clinton came out today and said that cash is bad for the climate. In fact, cash causes climate change, she said today. So the globe Earth is bad for the climate. There's a good radio host program. People are like, what? Globe Earth is bad for the climate change? Oh, we need a flat Earth to solve climate change. What?
Yeah, which is ironic because they all think it's the globe is the thing. I mean, that it's the globe that's the thing that's being threatened or whatever, so.
Well, then you have to deal with people like Lisa Blair, who's one of the largest climate change activists active currently, and her multiple circumnavigations of the southern hemisphere.
Does she show the ice sheets are growing, and that actually for the last 70 years there is no melting of the ice caps? They actually have direct evidence. NASA just released I'm appealing to authority here. NASA just released a study actually for 70 years, and you can actually go yourself and check from McMurdo Station, I think, or what's the South Pole station there? Is it McMurdo?
There's a few of them. I don't know.
Scott Munson Station. You can go look at they have 50. I know they have 70 years of weather data from the Scott Admund Station. And yeah, there you go. You can go look at it for yourself.
So
you can go look at it. No, I'm just saying, but you yourself can go beyond this lady that you're referencing and go actually look at the 70-year weather data that's on this. You can go to a Scott Edmund Station right now, and they have 70 years of data, 50 to 70 years. I can't remember. I'm pretty certain it's over 50 years with data. They show you all the weather every month, all the sun, everything every month, and there's a consistency in the weather change there. So there's nothing changing where it would be drastic, like melting and so forth.
Okay, can I respond? No, that's not what Lisa Blair does. What Lisa Blair does is she gets involved in international, high media and well-known events where she can get her message and the name of her boat, Climate Change Now, in front of as many people as she can to begin to raise the awareness and at least begin the conversation in an abject and positive way. That is what she does, and I think she is way more effective at that than any flat earther has ever been.
Oh, that's if a flat earther believes in the climate change and the that you do, because I don't believe in climate change the way that probably this lady does. See, I think the sun is the driver in climate change, and it's not human activity. And then I can also back it up with data to show that the cycles have nothing to do with our activity. The cycle seems to be secular based on the solar minimums. And
you also think that her boat can travel at the speed of sound, even though it is a monohull displacing sailboat.
So that's a straw man. I didn't say anything about again. Anthony Subarat.
We've had the conversation about her before.
If you're not familiar, no, I've never talked to you.
Just overtalk me constantly, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I never talked to you about it once. But Antonio Subarat has a channel there.
Excuse me?
Antonio Subarat's YouTube channel. He's really good at the nautical miles and races.
Yeah, no, he's not.
Yeah, go look at his videos. Go look at this
He doesn't
video.
know
So
what
this,
a nautical mile is. Do you?
so Anthony Subaretz is dead
No,
now.
answer the question. Do you know what a nautical mile is?
Yeah, 6,076 is a nautical mile. It's slightly
6,076 what?
feet is one nautical
That's not
mile.
what a nautical mile is. What is a nautical mile?
So a nautical mile is a hypothesis or a presupposition due to the sphericity of the. It is a hypothesis that
What is a
the
nautical mile?
Well, let's say nautical mile, and referencing the distance on the surface of the Earth of a sphere. That is the hypothesis of a nautical mile.
You have no idea what a nautical mile is. That's amazing.
He
Would
just
you
gave
like me
you
to-
like literally 3 different definitions there. He gave you
Yeah, and they're
what
all
it is
wrong.
claimed to be in feet, right? He said that it's
Yeah,
based on a
that's
sphere.
not. Hold on, stop.
Dude.
That's not correct. That is not what a nautical mile is. That is how far a nautical mile is. What is a nautical mile? Literally, what is it?
It's the
A
distance
unit of
over
length?
Yeah,
No.
it's a
No,
distance
it's
over
not.
a spherical Earth. It's a hypothesis that it's a distance over a spherical Earth.
This is where it's funny because you guys
A
have
nautical
been
mile
arguing
is a
about.
nautical mile.
Can you not
defi-
overtalk me every time I start a sentence? It's really annoying.
Yeah, so it's basically a distance of length 6,076 feet.
That's not
Like I
correct.
said, I'm reading right off of Wikipedia, dude. 6,076 feet.
That is not correct, though.
I'm
A
reading it
nautical-
off the website. It's 6,076 feet.
Would you like me to? No. No, I don't care what
Yes.
Wikipedia says.
Dude,
Wikipedia is
Kool-Aid,
wrong.
if you have information to offer, just go ahead and offer it because you
I
keep
can't-
asking what a nautical mile is. You've been given about 5 to 6 definitions. You keep saying no. So if you want to do quiz hour, why don't you not do quiz hour and just tell us the information you'd like to share?
Because every time I started, I got overtalked.
Not necessarily. You guys were over talking each other. I'll make sure you don't get over talked. Go ahead and tell us what you want to tell us.
So a nautical mile is 1/60th of a degree of angular change. It correlates to a certain length here on Earth, but that is not what it is. It is actually a ratio.
That's what 1/60th means. It's a ratio, or you have a fraction, right? So basically, according to the equator, one nautical mile is basically at the equator. It's supposed
Anywhere.
to be particularly at the equator is when you get the
No.
defined six. At the equator
This is
when
where
you get
you're
the,
wrong, sir.
keep
A
interrupting
nautical
me, dude.
mile.
You
A nautical
Kool-Aid,
mile is
Kool-Aid, you got to let him finish. If you're concerned about over talking, don't do the same, okay? Go ahead, Data.
So again, it's just from the equator. This is where they get the measurement. One nautical mile is the 1 arc minute of the surface of the Earth. That's what they claim to be associated with the circumference at the equator. That's how they got the nautical mile, is from the equator itself. But however, it is not perfect because of the oblateness of the Earth. So it's an approximation. In other words, heading from the North Pole to the South Pole, you'll start it at 69.169, let's say, or 60 nautical miles. And as you move towards the equator, it ends up to be 68 or 68 miles or whatever, slightly less of a nautical mile per latitude. So that's what I understand a nautical mile to be measured at, is based on the circumference at the equator.
And once again, let me re-say this. That is incorrect. A nautical miles, its true definition is the relationship of change. It correlates to different lengths of measurement on the Earth because of the oblateness. Around the European continent, there is actually a substantial oblateness. However, when you actually look at what the nautical mile is and what it is defined as, it is not a set ratio. So when you say it's at the equator, you are just wrong.
That's where it comes from. The one nautical
No,
mile, 1
that's
arc
incorrect.
minute
It comes from the ratio. That's where it comes from.
Sure. So it's from optics, number one. Arc
No.
minute is an optical measurement, buddy. So here it
Why are
goes.
you
France
just-
and other metric countries state that principal nautical mile is an arc minute at the meridian at latitude 45 degrees, but modern justification, more mundane calculations were developed a century earlier.
So
It says
even the
here-
citation you're reading
it says
disagrees
here-
with you. You realize that, right, Data?
There's nothing disagreeing
Literally.
with me, dude. One
it
nautical mile is an arc minute, as I stated. Okay. Now,
Read
if I
it again.
continue, if I just did,
Read it again, where they talk about the
That in
45th parallel.
principle, a nautical
Wow,
mile is
every single
that
time.
in
Every
principle
single time.
that in principle a nautical mile is an arc.
I do apologize that you guys have yet to figure out how to have an adult conversation, and I attempted to engage. Have a good
You
night.
got no you got no argument.
Yeah, that's
Goodbye.
Kool-Aid's deal. He comes in, he gets a little bit interrupted, but he interrupts others, and then he runs away, pretending as if we're all such terrible moderators or no one can have an adult conversation. You do that every time, Kool-Aid. You interrupted him literally 9 to 12 times right there. If you want me
when
to,
I was trying to have a finish the sentence and I continued, that's an interruption. Yeah, okay.
I can mute and unmute you guys as you go back and forth. If you two can't do it on your own, I can do that. But I'm just saying, dude, to try to disparage the whole room and say, oh, you guys can't have an adult conversation when you were the one who was interrupting multiple times is not a fair representation.
Okay. That's fair. I'll take that on board. Data is incapable of having a fair conversation. Then again, he's a known liar. So what do I expect?
Come back with an argument, dude.
You a victim, Kool-Aid.
Why don't you learn what a nautical mile
What's your
is?
actual argument, Kool-Aid? Because it just seems like you're just like trying to get people with gotchas.
No, I'm trying.
Quick
The
question.
actual argument is we know the shape and size of the planet as demonstrated by Lisa Blair and of the many voyages that she has gone on. That's the actual argument.
Data, can you give me that guy's spelling? Anthony Subarith, whatever the guy's name is. I haven't heard him before.
Antonio Subarats. So Subarats, Subirats, perhaps. I'm not 100% certain on the spelling there.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I had a question about.
So Antonio Subarats worked diligently on that. He's been around since the beginning, but he's dead now. I think he died a year ago, a year and a half ago, maybe even 2 now. But he, he's debunked your spherical model.
What was this about?
Showing linear distances between points and having the time duration of a ship going between 2 points and having a rate of nautical mile, or pardon me, knots between those 2 points, and having reality applied to the distance between those 2 points and the maximum speeds of these vessels traveling between those 2 points. There's a discrepancy, sometimes up to 1,000 miles. So again, by the way, you could also verify this. This is not new information.
No, I've watched the video you're referencing, and what he did is he took the Vendée Globe and he used the vessel's maximum beam reach speeds and applied them to an upwind race. He also assumed that the orthometric view was the actual VMG line, and therefore he was off by a couple thousand miles. His math was wrong.
Do you know that the 1,000-mile discrepancy is not new, and that Antonio Subarats didn't? That's not his argument. It comes from other people finding the same anomaly as well. Is
yes,
the rate of speed between 2 points, the vessels cannot travel. Let's say you had a race in 48 hours or 72 hours. You have a maximum speed between these 2 points. They didn't add up to real world data. Now I can't pinpoint right now.
At any point?
I cannot pinpoint the exact data because this was years ago that we went through it, but it's all in his channel. It's all there. And go back and verify it for yourself.
I've seen the video. It's about the Vendée Globe, and he uses the beam reach, which is the max speed that these sailboats can do. The Vendée Globe, however, is not a beam reach race. It is an upwind race. He also confuses the orthometric and the VMG lines.
The point is you're trying to use a boat to prove the sphericity of the Earth, and it's an asinine position due to currents, wind direction, wave height, lots of variables, buddy.
We know what the position of the boat at every given moment during the race is. We know the speed and the direction it's heading. We know the direction the water's moving. We know the direction the wind's moving. What's the problem?
Still doesn't prove a spherical Earth, dude.
The distances between land masses rule out flat.
I can show you distance between land masses using the Gleason that matches the globe map. So what's your
Sure,
point?
let's use the Gleason's map, and I'll go ahead and use the Vendée Globe. There's 40,000 nautical miles if you use a scaling from LA to New York and keep that consistent through the southern hemisphere. Why did the boats not travel that 40,000 nautical miles, Data?
You should figure it out for yourself, dude, because it doesn't prove a sphere either way.
It's almost as if the smaller circumference that the boats had to go around when they went to the further south actually bore out in reality rather than an increasing circumference as shown on the Gleason map.
Again, dude, they're just coordinate systems, and if you know how to use the coordinate systems, they'll equal the same distances. Not along the latitude, but along the longitude line comes to Gleason's. The latitude lines are stretched because it's a grid system over terrain, so you don't get the proper distortions of land masses. So when you're doing that on your globe model and you do that on Gleason's, you're going to run into errors. The point is you're claiming that you're claiming the distance between 2 points on a sphere. Again, I'm telling you, doesn't prove a sphere at all.
What terrain features are located on an ocean that we have to stretch the map over?
Ask that question again. I didn't catch that. What?
What terrain features are in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah, so you're using a unit of measure. Did you know that if you change the unit of measurement, you're going to either have a discrepancy in distance, either more accurate or less accurate? So
I believe I asked you a very specific question based on your claim.
The terrain doesn't matter. It's the unit of measurement that you're going to use.
You can just overtalk me anytime you want, right?
The terrain will have a different measurement. If you, for instance, measure in centimeters versus meters, you're going to have more of an accurate measurement at centimeters than you would meters. Why is that? So if you're going to tell me you're going to know an exact distance between 2 points, let's look how you measure it.
We do know the exact distance between all points on water.
You claim you do. You claim you do.
Seriously, Gio, help me out here.
Yeah, you interrupted him. I mean, I can mute and unmute you guys back and forth. The problem is when one person interrupts, then I have to jump in and say, "Oh, you interrupted him," and it throws off the whole vibe. Just try not to interrupt each other because it's interesting what you guys are saying. So just try not to. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. We know the distances. We can confirm the distance via celestial navigation as they are doing currently in the Vendée Globe, which is the ongoing race that I would really rather be talking about right now. They've just reached the southern tip of South America. They are on their homeward leg. It's actually heating up. It's really cool. But the same racetrack is used for the Vendée Globe as well as a little bit southern version that is used for the Antarctic race. We know where the boats are, dude.
Doesn't prove a sphere, guy.
We know the distances that the boats travel. We can measure the speed.
It doesn't prove a sphere, dude. Knowing the distance when you're using a measurement device, that when you change the measurement device changes the distance, that means it's only relative to the measurement device you're using. That's fine. But then you're going to try to claim a grid system, a two-dimensional grid system over a spherical body. Come on, buddy. You're using a two-dimensional grid system over a spherical body to get your distances. Give me a break.
So measuring the devices, we actually have multiple that I just listed. So which one are you talking about that we're changing?
There's nothing you're going to change, dude. Again, you're using a 2D grid system on a spherical Earth that should help you out in realizing you're navigating a planar surface.
It's very amazing. I asked you a question and you answer something else. So GPS works on land, it works on water. We use it on both. Celestial navigation works on land, works on water.
GPS doesn't work in the south 100%. You have dead spots there. So please spare me again with your GPS nonsense. In the south, you have southern problems with GPS. Tell me why that is. And if you can tell me why that is, tell me why you claim that you can know these positions when there's errors in GPS. In other words, here you can prove this for yourself. Do you know that Australia shifts every year, that they actually have to change the GPS? Let me finish. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done, dude. You're heavily reliant on the fact that you think you know what you're talking about. You can think all you want. I do know that GPS is not 100% accurate due to the anomalies in the south. Number one. Number two, land masses shift, and apparently they shifted to the fact that where you have to adjust GPS coordinate systems to the point where it throws the whole system off. So if you're going to rely on this GPS, at least you should know the facts about it first.
I've never seen these holes that you're talking about. We have
Go ask about GPS corrections in Australia, because Australia shifts, the landmass shifts where GPS off entirely, where they have to correct it every year. So you're appealing to authority over this.
maybe you should understand that what you do know is limited.
What I do know is I have personally used a GPS in the Southern Hemisphere and not had it go out and had big spots where I was missing. I know this for a fact as I have personally done it. Your claim that it cannot be done and there are holes in it, I find wanting. Do you have anything to back up that claim?
You're claiming that it proves sphericity. I'm saying if you're going to rely on GPS, you must acknowledge the fact there's landmass shifting, particularly in the south. Why it happens in the south versus the north, I don't know. I can't give you an answer for that. But I do know that they have to correct for GPS every year. It throws their GPS systems off. So if it's showing the GPS systems off, that means their locations have errors in them. So that means they have to correct for these errors. So if you're going to rely on this authority to claim that it proves a sphere, you can, dude. You ain't going to convince me, though.
So I've used GPS in the Southern Hemisphere. The GPS I was using and the maps I was using when we reached there were over a year old. However, we arrived at the correct location. Do you have any
using
evidence?
You're using a 2D grid system. Wake up, buddy.
Do you have any evidence that the GPS is inaccurate in the Southern Hemisphere?
So why don't you go look up why they have to correct for the GPS in the Southern Hemisphere? Why they have to correct the maps correct the GPS coordinates, not the maps, but the coordinates due to landmass shifting. Why don't you go figure that out?
Do you have any evidence this happens? Because I've used it and I can tell you this doesn't happen.
You used a 2D grid system to find your location. That should help you out.
It's amazing you will not back up your claim. Your claim is that the GPS changes wildly. I've personally experienced this. Do you have something that you can back up your assertion with, or did you just pull it out of your ass?
So you're using a 2D grid system, yes or no?
No, I'm talking about the GPS.
You're not, okay.
System.
Yeah, so go look it up. Go look it up. Why do you have to correct GPS systems for the landmass shifting in the south? Yeah, you do. So unfortunately you didn't know that. Now you can go back and learn something new today.
Except what I'm guessing is that you just made this up because I personally have experience that tells me you're wrong.
Okay, so you can have all of your personal feelings. Nobody cares. Go look it up. And by the way, you're using a 2D grid system to navigate. That should help you out.
So I personally have experience with these GPS working on all points in the Southern Hemisphere, not only from my personal races, also the races that I follow. There is no time where the GPS drops out. In fact, these GPSs are extremely accurate as they were relied on for safety of all mariners and on maritime traffic as required by law for the last 50.
You're using a 2D grid system to navigate. Wake up.
Kool-Aid, real quick, man. He's trying to catch you in a technicality. He's talking about Australia and how the plates, how it's moving over time, and how obviously.
The 2 centimeter drift.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. My GPS was perfect. It got me right to the port into the harbor I needed to go to.
2D grid system, you got it.
You know GPS is not a 2D grid system, right?
So you're not looking at a 2D grid system?
Not with GPS.
3D, dude.
You're not looking at a 2D grid system when you're navigating? You're not looking at longitude and latitude?
When you're using GPS.
Oh, it's converted. Okay. But when you're looking at it, it's a longitude latitude, which is a 2D grid system over a planar surface.
No.
That's what it is. Stop, guys. Don't lie. Longitude latitude is a 2D grid system. Thank you again.
Is there altitude on your GPS readout?
Your longitude latitude is a 2D grid system.
Is there altitude on your GPS readout?
Sure, why not?
How do you have altitude in
you can have 3D Euclidean space and a 2D grid system in that 3D Euclidean space. Did you know that?
You cannot have altitude in a 2D system.
Sure you can.
Longitude, latitude, altitude. You are literally describing 3 dimensions. You need at
Correct.
least
3D Euclidean space with a 2D grid system inside of it.
There's no 2D grid system involved.
Longitude latitude
How
is a 2D grid system.
It's not.
how do
It
you get
is.
2D how do you get a 2D system when you have 3 coordinates?
So when you're looking at a Gleason's map, it's got 2D system, longitude, latitude.
Okay, and now we're adding altitude. So how do I have a 2D system?
So when I add altitude, do you negate the fact that you're operating in a 2D grid system?
No.
Yes.
No,
You are
you're
no
not.
longer
3D,
operating.
it's 3D
No.
Euclidean space
No.
with a 2D grid system inside of it.
No, it's a 3D Euclidean space, and then it converts to a spherical space. The spherical space has 3 coordinates.
It doesn't, Kosho. You don't have diverging verticals. You don't have diverging verticals. You have 3D Euclidean space with a 2D grid system inside it. There's no diverging verticals. You do not compensate or flatten for verticals at all. 0.
You can convert a 3D coordinate into a spherical coordinate, but it also has 3.
Of course you can. You can transpose it any which way you want.
2 angles and a radius.
They're coordinate systems. You can transpose them any which way you want. You can put it conical if you want. It don't matter. You're going to end up with an XY position or an XYZ position. What coordinates are we going to use? Well, in this case, you're using longitude, latitude. This is an XY system, right?
No.
That's what the Gleason map is. It's a 2D system. At longitude, latitude on the Gleason's map. Longitude, latitude on a Gleason map is a 2D system.
Great. GPS doesn't use longitude. It doesn't use a Gleason's map.
Yeah, it uses Cartesian, which is an XY system. Yep. For
No,
sure.
it uses XYZ, and then it converts.
It uses XYZ as well, but that's Euclidean space.
It only uses
inside.
Yeah.
In that Euclidean space, you have Cartesian systems, which is XY.
That is not involved in GPS. It just isn't involved.
It is. In fact, if you go type in GPS right now, the fundamental blueprint, the first primitive of measurement is Cartesian XY.
It's not. It certainly is not.
It is. Go look up GPS right now.
Earlier, there's no XY coordinate. There's no XY involved at all.
It's reliant on Cartesian, yes, Cartesian coordinates.
Yeah, 3D Cartesian coordinates.
Still got an XY factor in there if you don't have,
Sure.
you don't have to worry about the vertical.
Yeah, it does. Has an XY factor and a Z factor.
Correct, but we don't have vertical on a map, do we? We have 2, longitude and latitude, which is
but Z is not the vertical component. None of those axes are vertical. It said
there's no compensation for verticals. There's no flattening for verticals, buddy. There's no deviation of verticals that are compressed into parallel verticals. There's none of that going on.
It's really just simple, dude. They give you XYZ coordinates, and then they convert that to spherical coordinates, which are 2 angles and a radius.
Of course, dude. Like I said, you can transpose it any which way you want. You want it square, you want it on a cone, sphere, you want it flat, you can transpose it. It's just a mathematical coordinate system transpose. That's it.
Yeah, but no,
doesn't mean the Earth's a sphere. Doesn't mean it's flat. It means that in practicality, you are operating in a planar surface.
And nothing about the shape is distorted when they do this these are just 2 different geometries. So they change from XYZ coordinate, which is a 3-dimensional space, and they put they transform it to a spherical coordinate in that same 3D space. So if you were to place a sphere in that 3D space, you can describe that coordinate. It's not they're not.
I already said that. It doesn't mean it's a sphere. It doesn't mean it's a sphere. It means that you're taking a location in 3D space and you're making them equal in coordinates.
The problem with that is we have the actual distances that are measured on these.
Keep telling yourself that, dude. No spin, no curve. Keep telling yourself.
I wasn't talking about spin or curve. I was talking about the actual distances as measured by the sailors on board these boats.
You got a flat map for me so we compare it against?
No.
Well, that might be a problem because you're taking your own model and saying, hey, look, my own model's, but yet you don't actually have a opposing position to confirm that. So you're confirming the consequent based on a model that has a 3D position that can be transposed from flat to spherical. It still exists in 3D space the same way. That's why you can take coordinate systems and transpose them and they're equal.
They're not.
They are. That's why you can transpose them. Guy?
You can what happens is you can take your 3D coordinate in the 3D coordinate space, longitude, latitude, and you can compare it to reality. You don't have to compare it to some false
I
math.
compare it to reality. There's no spin and there's no curve, Kosho. And in fact, I work on a planar surface up to 250 miles, no curve. Interesting, huh? Pardon me, 250 kilometers.
So you said I was affirming the consequences. Okay, that's a fair criticism. Do you have a map or model I should look at?
Well, here's
will
the thing.
give
I
me
don't live on I live on an Earth that is planar. What
Okay.
I mean by that is I don't live on an Earth curvature that curves at 8 inches per mile square. I don't adjust for it in aviation. I don't adjust for it when I'm building, or I don't adjust for it when I use my sextant. I don't adjust for any curvature that you claim that exists. Now, does that mean
What
the
I
Earth's still not a ball? No, but it means locally in my field of view and the distance that I travel, I treat the Earth as planar. That is reality empirical. Thanks again.
Okay, cool. In your empirical reality, do you have a planar map that I can use to plot out the remaining course of the GGR?
Yeah, so if you know how to use the Gleason's map, try to use not the latitude, try to use the longitude point positions when you're going to measure, because there's distortions at the latitude. Use it in centimeters, convert it to nautical miles, and go measure the distances for you. You'll find the Gleason map is pretty darn close, as long as you don't go across the latitude lines for distortion.
So
because
I
you're
haven't
taking
done.
you're taking a two-dimensional grid system, you're putting over the Earth. So what you're trying to do is conform the surface of the Earth to the grid system based on latitude, longitude points.
We're going in circles because I haven't done it for the remaining GGR, but I've done it for the entire thing. And there's 40,000 nautical miles that are unaccounted for by the ships at sea that would be required on that track.
Here's what I want you to do. Go down to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and then take a boat trip right across from Rio de Janeiro to, what's that place? Cape Town. Go do that little trip right there and tell me the distance you go.
You want from Rio to Cape Town?
I'd have to double check. You know what I did is
right. I can pull it.
I asked for a chartered flight from Brazil, a location in Brazil, to this place that I have to look at the map. Just give me a second. I'll get you the two locations.
I mean, I can
because
probably
the shipping
I can
routes would be
probably
quite
find you a
interesting, right?
boat. I can find you a boat. I have a couple of
Flying
friends
would be way better, and would have these chartered flights. They'd have at least charter flights left, right, and center between these 2 points, but they don't. You actually have to fly up north and then fly down south to get to it. But I don't know why they would do that. But give me a
I
second.
don't have any.
The place.
I don't have any friends or any information about the aviation industry. However,
well, why don't you just call them up? Why don't you just call them up? Why don't you call them up and send them an email? Because that's what I did.
However, I do have friends and know quite a bit about the sailing industry, and I can definitely get you a chartered ship. Would you like a bare bones, or would you like it actually chartered, or would you like the record of someone who's done this trip? I can get you that.
Yeah, so I've looked at the data, bro. Again, if I can't fly between 2 points, no, it's not in Rio de Janeiro. Pardon me, it's Buenos Aires, from Buenos Aires to Cape Town. If you can find me a charter,
I've got a friend who does bareboat charters out of Buenos Aires.
Let me finish. Yeah, let me finish, brother. If you can find a flight, because I wouldn't want to take a boat from Buenos Aires to Cape Town, considering there's about at least 11 chartered flight companies down in Buenos Aires that I reached out to, and I did this years ago, right? Why couldn't I charter? Why couldn't I charter, regardless of boat? Why can't I charter a flight from Buenos Aires to Cape Town?
I don't know, because aviation is a bunch of stuck-up snobs. I have no connections with the aviation industry and can't speak for them. However, I do have connections in the naval industry and can speak for the sailors there, and I can get you that boat, no problem.
Yeah, I'd like to fly, bro. But at the end of the day, when you look at the Mercator map, seems quite reasonable. But if you look at the globe,
Talk to Paid NASA
why
Shill.
do
Maybe
why do you have to fly up north from Buenos Aires? You have to fly up north to come back down south to Cape Town. I just found that.
What's the demand for that flight?
Right. There's bareboat
What's that,
charters.
Kosho?
There's charter boats. What's wrong with the boat?
Well, you just have shipping lanes. You already can go look at the shipping lanes if you want. Just go look at the shipping lanes. So you can just go to a shipping company and go see it yourself. Yeah.
So what's wrong with that? Why does it have to be your
They show you
charter
on a
flight?
they show you on a Mercator map, really, right?
No.
2D map, 2-dimensional flat map.
Actually, usually industry standard anymore is Garmin Maps, which is a 3D map.
I guess using the Mercator 2-dimensional Mercator map, but it doesn't surface anymore.
That they're actually using.
Is it
globe
perhaps
map.
because the land masses are incorrect too in the Mercator, and there's distortions as well when it comes to latitude?
Right. So what they do is they use a globe. That's what Garmin Naval is.
Dude, there's not. I don't see a flight between those two places with anything less than 2 stops.
There you go, Kosho.
Yeah, that means that the
So
demand
why
is
not,
extremely
why
low.
don't you reach out to the charter companies? Because I reached out to about 11 of. This is about like 3 years ago, right? 4 years ago when I got into this pretty deep. Because I was like, yeah, let's just figure out some of these locations point to point. Well, I should be able to fly from Buenos Aires to Cape Town. It's a pretty good short distance. I think it's only maybe 3,600 miles, something like that. Maybe 4,000 miles total. It should be a pretty easy flight to do.
There's no nonstop flights.
I
There's
know this,
only
Kosho. That's just why I brought it up, brother. They all head north and then they come back down.
Of course they
Doesn't
do.
make sense.
Why? If there was no nonstop flights, why would any of them head south first?
North, Kosho.
I know, yeah, they all head
then
north. It's
south.
clear. Why would they head south if there were no nonstop flights?
Wonderful question. You should figure it out for yourself and let me know.
I mean, I have the answer. It's because Cape
Fire in the
Town
hole,
is the
buddy.
most southern city in fucking Africa, right? So why would they go south?
If you say so, bro. You're never going to convince me we live on a ball, dude, so I don't know why you're trying so hard.
It's fine, Data. You're a good guy.
And you know what, Kosho? I used to think the Earth was a spinning water ball in infinite space with aliens, galaxies, and people could land. You know what blew me away is when I was reading the Talmud. And in the Talmud, there's apparently people that have exiled in a planet from Earth. They were exiled from Earth to this planet. And I was like, wow, they were teaching this thousands of years ago that people were living on other planets. But interesting. I love the Torah. Talmud is got great lessons in it. I follow a couple of rabbis, but no, I'm not Jewish, but part of my family.
Okay.
So, would you accept a sailboat going the other way? There is the Cape Town to Rio race that is done every 5 years. It looks like.
Now you're cooking. Now you're getting. I'll get the distance in nautical miles and how long it takes to go between the 2 points, and get back to me.
Do you actually care about these numbers? I mean, I'll go find them, but
Dude, just so you know, buddy, this is old to me. I've been down this road already. This to me is an old debate that doesn't go anywhere. Because at the end of the day, when you get up in an aircraft and you fly, and I fly between point to point, and in my limited experience as a pilot, I don't account for a spinning orbiting ball. You just can't fix that, man.
Right. One more time. I don't care about aviation. Hi, I'm Kool-Aid. I'm the boat guy. So I don't care about aviation. I don't really know what you guys do, but boats are really cool, and boats do this exact route. Sorry, I'm having trouble finding old results. They keep trying to sign me up for the new race. Oh, Look, they're using YB Races. Okay. Yeah, so YB Races uses Garmin Nautical, which is a 3D representation of the charts, actually putting them in the correct position. Hey, look at that. The nautical miles match perfectly on a globe. What other map should I look at, you said, Data?
Determine the consequent. Using a map to prove your map, right? Using the same map to prove the distances, right? Get out there, take your camera, see how
What
fast
other
you can
map?
travel. See how fast you can travel between the 2 points, and just see if you're 50 miles off, maybe 100 miles off in time duration. Let's see if that happens to you, because I can guarantee, even if you're using the Haversign formula, you can be up to 50 miles off. So just spare me the bullshit,
Yeah.
guys.
So there's lots of records of this race. They're all within a few nautical miles of each other. Yeah, all the drift could be accounted by a small storm.
Sure. At the end of the day, you're going to have a discrepancy up to 50 miles. All right? Sometimes up to 100 miles.
Yeah, so all these distances for the last 20 years that I've looked at,
Especially if
seem to
you're
match up.
going 3 to 4,000 miles, you definitely can be off 50 to 100 miles, 100%.
Yeah, so all of these seem to comport with each other and be about the same distance. The VMG line actually hasn't changed, so it is exact same distance every time. What other? You said I shouldn't look at this map to confirm that it's right. What other map should I look at to confirm?
So I didn't say you shouldn't do anything. You do as you please. I'm just saying you're just confirming your beliefs without actually being able to test them. In other words, get out on your boat, go to Buenos Aires and go to the distance and see how long you can, see how fast you can get your boat going, see how many days it takes you to travel. 7 days at least, 3,000 miles, or more, probably more than that. Probably like, more than 7 days.
So, I mean, I have the skills. I might actually put in an application for one of these cruises. It looks fun. But I'm going to get the same distance. I'm going to get the same numbers I have every time I've gone out on one of these.
You'll be if you're traveling. You've never traveled 4,000. If you
I've
do that,
circumnavigated the globe in one track.
you claim to
how
have.
far I've gone again.
You claim you have. So if you're going to go that distances, it's already written the errors that come into play. So if you're telling me that you're 100% accurate, you're going to reach your destination exactly at the time that you're going to conclude the distance between the 2 points, you're full of shit, dude.
So the VMG time is accurate every time we do it.
So is the wind accurate every time you go? No, it's not. Is the wind consistent every time you go? It's not. The knots that you go and the duration you travel between the 2 points is not a good way to measure distance.
Right, that would be orthometric, and I would agree that would be the wrong measurement to use, which is why we should use the VMG. So I agree with you. That's the incorrect measurement. Using the correct measurement, it is accurate.
Look, all of these errors are in the open. They don't hide them. You can read earlier navigation, sometimes up to 1,000 miles off, based on predicted location of your spherical Earth. This is not new information. This is why I find it redundant to continue on. Again, I don't care if you think it's flat. I don't care if you think it's a ball. I don't give two shits. I'm just here to learn and to document, observe, and report.
Using modern navigational techniques, you are never 1,000 miles off. Break.
That's what you say.
That's what.
Maybe it's 600. Maybe it's 600 miles now. I can't remember. But there is some discrepancies. Not too far off, or not too long ago. Pardon me. That they had some discrepancies with distances between 2 points of one predicted and then one not matching the prediction.
Oh, really? I would be interested in seeing that.
Or data.
Do you know that they have maps that they still use that are 150 a day? And this guy's claiming modern technology. They're still using 150-year-old maps, brother. You were gonna say something, Kosho?
Yes, just one moment though.
You know what's funny? Even in GPS systems, they have to correct for 5% of refraction too. It's quite interesting how you have that flexibility over a distance. 5% of refraction is a lot of correction there, dude.
What are you talking about?
So the GPS signal is still subjected to refraction, yes or no?
Sure.
So there's a minimum 5% correction, especially over the body of water. How much refraction do you think the GPS signal is affected by?
Well, that just
10%?
It's not corrected for refraction.
Don't giggle. Don't giggle. It's a known fact, buddy, that GPS experiences refraction, especially over bodies of water.
Yeah,
And you've got
when I
up to
said it's subject to
10%. You got a
refraction-
10%. You got a 10% air correction. That's a lot. That's a lot of correction, dude.
It's got the
a lot of flexibility there. Hey, to make the land masses at different distances.
No, you might be talking about the ionosphere. You're talking about the ionosphere corrections.
GPS in over the surface of the Earth has to correct for refraction. It's well known. Come on, buddy.
No, so they can't. So there's no mechanism to directly account for refraction. However, using differential GPS, you will make corrections that will include any refractive effects. However, you're generally not going to have any refractive effects because any satellite that's slow enough for you to have to worry about that, it's going to be hard to get a signal from there anyways. Right?
Oh, interesting, right? So you don't have a good signal in the southeast body.
No, I'm not talking about the south. I'm not talking about the south. I'm talking about satellites that are low in the sky. Generally, you have a fix on at least 6 to 9 different satellites at one time. That's just our constellation, and they're going to be higher in the sky, much higher than 40 degrees or 50 degrees, whatever. The refraction is not going to become a problem until it's like 30 degrees below that.
You got to admit, Kosho, the flat Earth is a better deal. Wonderful. You get to a childlike state where a thing is so much more wonderful. You don't know what the moon is. You don't know what the sun is. It's stationary. It comes from creation. I mean, you don't believe in God, or you kind of a God guy now. I can't remember when you first started. I don't think you were much into God when you first started. Was I wrong with that?
I'd say you were wrong, but I think that if you were, if it was appealing to you to be not know what the moon was, I mean, you could get hit in the head or have a lobotomy or take a bunch of pills and not know what the moon was, and I don't know why that's supposed to be appealing. Like, what's the appeal? I don't understand what that means. Like
getting hit in the head and taking pills. Well, if you painted that picture, there's
no,
appeal
you're
to
trying to
that.
get the appeal. The appeal is not knowing what the moon is.
The wonderment, the fact that you think that man does know what the fact that you think that man knows what the sun is, to me, is first of all very silly. Why? It's because it's outside of our realm. It's not something that we can actually prove to be true, but we can have many theories. This is why I believe the Earth is a realm, because you can have all of these wonderful philosophies fit inside the shell of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just said you can't prove what it is, so what's the
I go back
difference?
to the book. What do you mean, prove what it is, brother? I fly small little aircraft once in a while. To me, the Earth is a
you said
stationary planar surface, and you know what? That's good enough for me, man.
you were just talking about not being able to prove what the sun is, and you said that it's the wonderment involved in that. And
Correct. Yeah, it's wonderful to
saying,
look at that glorious body and the.
Even on our side, where we have an idea of the contents of the sun, and there's actually
It's
a
all
lot more
false.
wonderment that is.
It's all false because you're changing your theories all the time, right? So why would I believe thought when it's going to change the next 10 years from now? 30 years ago, the sun was considered a something else. I can't remember now. There's a theory called the gong, which is a prismatic sun. The sun is just emulating all of these frequencies, right? Vibrating like a gong, and has it produces evaporation of water vapor on it. right? So you had all of these wonderful observations and wonderful theories of what it is. Why would I want to adhere to something that's based in a religious belief like sun worship? And that's what the heliocentric model is. Fundamentally, it comes from practice. It's the Roman Catholic Church that designed the model, and it's rooted in sun worship.
The Roman Catholic Church designed the models that you said. Are they the same people who?
Well. All fairness, you had Friedman, A. Friedman, Einstein, and George Lemaitre create the Big Bang in 1929, which really, because it wasn't being taught in schools at this point, right? Because they never had no formulas for it, they had no theories. So around 1960, they started teaching this Big Bang cosmology along with evolution, right? Just like I said, just
Bring it
coincidental.
back to the heliocentric model, as you just said, the sun worshippers. Because when the
Yeah, if you want to read Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma, he'll go in there and explicit history. Now he's a globe believer, but he'll give you explicit history on sun worship, whether it's whatever religion you want, Babylonian, whatever, Chaldean.
trying to point out your claims, but you keep jumping new ones as soon as I point them out. But the heliocentric model, the Roman Catholic Church, as you said, which was involved in sun worshiping. Well,
They're
they
not my
denounced
claims, bro.
the heliocentric model and the people who proclaimed it for about 150 years until it was widely accepted.
But they didn't. See, the Protestant Reformation and all those things that were breaking off from the church made the church panic. So the church had to take control again, right? And so you had Galileo come in apparently 100 years later, and then 100 years after that, you had everybody trying to confirm it, but they had some problems, right? Especially in the 1700s, they had no way to really emphasize the spherical model. So you had all of these people commissioned to create the model of the sphere Earth. 34 of them happen to be Christians, by the way, whether it's Maxwell, whether it's Planck, whether it's Newton. They are all Christians and believed in God.
So what does that have to do with sun worship?
Well, it's the center of everything, right? The Earth goes around the center of the sun.
That's just the model of the solar system.
Correct. It's the sun worship that was 2,500 years ago from Pythagoras.
There's no centers. The center is an arbitrary claim.
The Earth is at the center, right? And Pythagoras himself, 2,500 years. Pythagoras himself, 2,500 years ago, we live in a Neoplatonic society with Pythagorean took over Pythagorean philosophy, if you will, because ideally in his writings he assumed that because everybody's into sacred geometry at this point, because there was no such thing as the science that you claimed, because geometry was considered the fifth science at that point. He claimed that sphericity was the God state, which is associated to the Kabbalah, the Ein Sof. So there's no reason to deny the original religious position of a sphere being a perfect God state, and then having for instance, geometry is the Greek version, and gematria is the Jewish version, and it all originates to the Pythagorean Neoplatonists' belief system. Point is, it's a very religious beginning, Kosho.
Look a high, make a honey hole. Guys are a fun lot.
Test.